presentations and the engaging presentation. Sorry, there you go. That should be better. Looking forward to some engaging presentations, to meeting all of you, to learning a little bit more about your research processes and your projects. But before we get underway, just some housekeeping rules for those that are in the venue. Tea and coffee station is to my left. We will leave the tea and coffee available for the duration of the program, so please feel free to help yourself if you feel like you need some tea or coffee. Toilets are just outside the door, the entrance doors in the foyer. Please no smoking or vaping in the venue. And to acknowledge as well some exhibitors that include UJ Press. Please go take a look at some of the books that they have on display, as well as the works of the library makerspace. So welcome to those folk as well. Without further ado, and as we have a tight schedule this morning, I'd like to welcome Professor Refilwe Paswana Mafuya, DVC Research at University of Johannesburg. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day today. We look forward to hearing from you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director and Elsevier for hosting this important event. And good morning to you all. Esteemed scholars, are you here? Postgraduate students, are you here? Emerging researchers, are you here? Let's wake up. Librarians, distinguished guests, our Elsevier guests, our collaborators at Elsevier who have made today possible, and a special welcome to those joining us online from across the country and beyond. Your presence here today at the great University of Johannesburg is a powerful reminder that research is not a solitary pursuit, but a collective journey shaped by collaboration, ethics, and vision. It is a distinct privilege to open this year's research publishing symposium entitled Advancing Research Excellence Through Collaboration, Innovation, and Ethical Scholarship, a space born from the voices of South African researchers seeking more than just conversation, but practical empowerment in the world of scholarly publishing. This symposium, conceptualized into 2024 through a collaboration between WITS, the University of KZN, and the University of the Western Cape, with the invaluable support of Elsevier, emerged directly in response to researcher feedback. The message was clear. We needed more than webinars. We needed spaces for direct, hands-on engagement, which is why we are here. And so here we are in 2025 with Thank you very much. Let me continue, and thank you for that extended invitation. Thank you very much. I hope that we won't get interrupted again. It is an important and a wonderful announcement. We will move along. If they interject again, we will pause and let it go, but the message will land. Don't worry about that. And so here we are in 2025 with the University of Johannesburg, University of Cape Town, and University and the rest of the universities that I have mentioned, and proudly joining as new host institution. This expansion of the collaboration with Elsevier signals growth and a commitment to broader accessibility and more profound impact. At the University of Johannesburg, collaborators from Elsevier, we value this collaboration and your invaluable support. This symposium is a testament to research collaboration in South Africa and offers the opportunity for us to strengthen our research collaboration. This year's symposium holds added significance as the University of Johannesburg proudly celebrates its 20th anniversary this year, which marks 2 decades of knowledge generation, academic excellence and innovation, which have positioned UJ as a catalyst for research impact nationally and globally. These 20 years have seen academic growth and an increasing recognition that research must respond to the needs of society as per our strategic plan 2035. UJ's research is rooted in real-world relevance, from urban challenges to environmental sustainability, from education reform to inclusive technology. As we look ahead, we recommit to producing knowledge that matters beyond the academy, work that transforms lives and uplifts communities. Today's symposium is a natural extension of that legacy. It reflects the University of Johannesburg's commitment to equipping researchers, especially the emerging generation, with the practical skills, tools, and frameworks they need to elevate their work and amplify African scholarship. I will need to comment on the ethical use of emerging technologies as a subject that will be entertained throughout the discussions today. The symposium resonates with UJ's commitment to the ethical use of emerging technologies such as generative AI. And in that spirit, today's program will explore both the promise and responsibility of such tools. As we embrace new digital tools, we are equally called to uphold the standards and define credible research. The University of Johannesburg stands at the forefront of promoting digital scholarship anchored in responsibility and ethical engagement, emerging scholars. Very important to underscore that. Our commitment is clear. Progress must never come at the expense of integrity. Therefore, this symposium also aligns with the University of Johannesburg's commitment to publishing scholarly works with with integrity, clarity, and intentionality. Also, as a university, we drive societal impact. At UJ, our researchers, students, and academics are committed to publishing research work that promotes positive societal impact. This means that across all disciplines, our academic community is working to find ways in which, as a country and society, we can develop social, economic, material, scientific, and environmental innovations and technologies that help to bring about sustainable, positive societal changes. Our commitment to positive societal change through technology is at the realm of ideas of finding ways to action and implement research in a meaningful way. We have various innovation hubs and centers where staff and students are finding practical ways to improve lives of our fellow South Africans. One of our exciting innovations has been the development of 3D printing machines, which can use concrete to create a small house within 24 hours. At UJ, we are proud, very proud to be the leading South African university in the production of research output for 2 years running. Nobody's gonna make us feel uncomfortable about that. And this achievement speaks to our dedication to research and valuable contribution we believe it makes to society. Let me end by making a call that as you engage today, please, to every researcher here, seasoned or emerging, let this symposium be your springboard. Let it be a space for you to sharpen your skills, to connect with peers, and find new confidence in your scholarly voice. South African research is on the rise, and you are its architects. Let it be a space in which you can ask questions, share ideas, and challenge assumptions. Let this symposium sharpen your vision and strengthen your publishing potential. Let us remember, we publish not only to inform, but to transform. And the world is waiting to hear what Africa has to say, and you are that too. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Words of Malcolm X. With these few words, I wish you a blessed, fruitful, productive, eye-opening day. Take every moment that you have very seriously because you don't know whether it will be your last one. Somebody asked me, what is success? I said, success is to grab every opportunity that comes before you as if it was the last opportunity. That's all what it is. It is not about resources. It is not about your background. It's not about whether your parents are semi-literate. It is about grabbing every opportunity with two hands as if it is the last one. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you for the warm welcome, Professor, and wishing you a great day ahead. The next presentation for today will be delivered by my colleague, Lucia Skumbi, who's joining us this morning after traveling from Cape Town. And Lucia is one of our senior customer success consultants at Elsevier, and she'll be looking at, which I think is quite a nice presentation to sort of kickstart the day, navigating the research landscape. So where is South Africa sitting when it comes to research output, and what trajectory and opportunities still exist? So thank you, Lucia.
So while she's about to start, we are talking about publishing, and there are books that have been published by our famous premier press, the UJ Press, that I have written, which I would love to present to our Elsevier colleagues. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting for a sign to start.
Bear with us. Got that sign that I can start. So first of all, thank you so much for setting up this wonderful event. This is really with the style that things are done here. But it's quite daunting when you're working with two audiences. So, thank you. Right, so the topic of today is South Africa dynamic development scholarly landscape. It's a big topic, but if you, what I'm going to do basically, I'm going to be using metrics to evaluate different context within, and then look at some of the comparators. So we'll benchmark with comparators, and I think you'll be surprised with the comparators that I'm going to be using. Basically, this is a helicopter view to see where South Africa stands in the larger research ecosystem. And then you'll think of ways of how we can integrate this context and this performance of South African research into our own research projects, our own career decisions. So where are we in the country, but what does that mean as research? So it's basically using analysis of the performance to create awareness, to show that context, and move forward as job opportunities for researchers in South Africa. So the agenda is I'm going to be focusing on the different elements of research performance, so output and growth, impact. We'll look at the subject areas, the topics, where South Africa is really making a contribution. We'll look at collaboration, so partnership within research. We're going to look at where South African research is published, which journals. We'll talk about open access, where does South Africa stand access, and also the contribution of research into policy and patent. Usually, very often, our researchers tend to compare ourselves with countries like the UK, with Australia, like Germany. But in reality, we have a similar number of researchers and a comparable level of investment by government. Countries like Argentina, Chile, Greece, Malaysia, Mexico, Poland, and Turkey. So these are the more realistic countries that we compare ourselves with. Because when you're looking at apples, comparing. So these are not the top 10 science nations in the world, but it is emerging research economies, and they provide this realistic and relevant benchmark for South African research. So the graph, as you can see here, South Africa's output is relative to comparators. This is relative to comparators over 4 years, with South Africa producing around 178,292 publications, with a growth percentage rate of around 16%. And this puts South Africa in the middle of the pack. So in terms of research productivity, we are there in the middle. But we are ahead of countries like Argentina, Chile, Mexico, and Greece, but lower than Turkey, Poland, and But what can we learn from this? We learned that South Africa has solid research output, strong growth. They are well positioned among emerging nations, and the South African ecosystem is expanding. It's creating more opportunities for publishing, for funding, and collaboration. And overall, this is an inspiring environment for
for research. So moving to the next slide, here you can see, we talked about productivity in the previous slide, but that's only part of the story. So this chart is showing you that the leading position when you look at elements such as collaboration and citation impact. So the graph here is showing that the international collaboration, which is on the y-axis, and then field-based citation impact is on the x-axis, collaboration side of the bubble. And South Africa has the second highest citation impact, 1.0 being the global average, and it's only surpassed there by Greece. And then South Africa also ranks second in terms of international also papers. That's 54%. The connection having more international collaboration than the number of states. And this shows that South Africa is globally well connected, especially when benchmarked with emerging nations. And what we can learn from that as academics and research, that we are part of a high impact, connected system with producing influential, well cited work, often with a strategic. And it also tells us that international collaboration is a driver of citation impact. So we're going to talk about citation of impact from different perspectives. So I'm saying specifically this is the citation impact. Later on, we'll also talk about referring to societal impact. Now, before we go on, subject areas. Which subject area has the highest volume of research publication? Which subject area? I'm going to guess. Right, so these are going to be interview. Right, so South Africa's research output is strongly focused on medicine. 22%. The field-rated citation impact. So if you compare it globally, it's about 11% above the world average in citations. Also, very, 79% is very strong. But even, I think, more significant is the fact that social sciences in the second place. So it's the second largest by volume. It's about 23%, so close to medicine. And then the field-based citation impact is also more than the global impact. It's 11% more than the global impact. In fact, social sciences, in social sciences, South Africa is among the 20 top countries in the world in terms. It's really exceptional. So it's by far outranking any other African country. And then in terms of the comparatives, more matching with Poland and Turkey. That has been followed by, we heard, engineering, biological and agricultural sciences, very good medicinal. Medicine also comes in. And then also environmental science. And this really has a strong significance because, for researchers in medicine, which is in such a strong position to attract, so researchers in medicine have a very strong potential to attract citations, collaborations, and funding. Researchers in social science are also in a good position in terms of the policy relevance that is associated with social sciences. And this opens that door for interdisciplinary research and to address the research priorities that have been identified by DSI and by the NRF. So things like the bioeconomy, which relates to agriculture, biotech, and health, green economy, that's climate, it's energy and environment, digital and informational technologies, AI, data science, cybersecurity, because all of these priorities need integration across medicine, social sciences, computer science, engineering, and environmental sciences. How do we integrate this information into our everyday lives? And this is through alignment with the research priorities that will create opportunity then for visibility and for career momentum as well. So knowing what our strengths are, knowing what the priorities of the country are, to integrate and to align with those to help us in our own visibility and building our careers. It also creates opportunities for grants, because where there's a priority and where there's a significance, there will be grants available. There's collaboration options. They are engaging with government through policy and interdisciplinary approach. That interdisciplinary approach is essential to solving South Africa's large issues, large challenges. So if you look a little bit deeper into this subject analysis, you'll see that South Africa performs, this chart really shows how South Africa performs in terms of the world's most prominent topics. And the contribution specifically to the top 5 most prominent topics in the world are shown here on the Wheel of Science. The Wheel of Science will be familiar to some of you, but on the outer edge you see the disciplines. These are the Scopus disciplines, so it's 28 subject disciplines. The size of the bubble shows you the number of publications contributing to that. And the positioning of the bubble then, if it's more towards the middle of this wheel, it signifies interdisciplinarity, while the topics on the edge show more pure science. And the prominent topics are research areas that are created through citation links. So it's, looking at which publications are citing each other, which authors are citing each other, so that we can see that as a topic that they are working on. But in terms of showing what the prominence is, then also we look at how quickly after publication are these articles cited, how often or how quickly after publication are they viewed, and then what is the quality of the journal in which it is published. So that gives us an idea of the prominence of that topic. It shows momentum of the topic as well. So through this lens, we can see prominent topics, that they signal frontier, a fast-moving and well-funded science. And looking at this wheel, you can see South Africa is well represented here. This is a more granular view now than the subject areas, but it's COVID-19, public health. It also has a very high field-weighted citation. In fact, it's not on the screen, but it's like 3 times the world average. Antioxidant compounds, medicinal applications again, tourism, which I think a lot is coming from UJ, entrepreneurship also, water treatment and sustainability. So just mentioning a few of these prominent research topics that South African researchers are contributing to. And what does this mean for us as researchers is to be aware of the fact that these topics are most likely to be funded also. They're accepted into top journals, and engagement gives you that opportunity also for engagement with global researchers. It also creates awareness, helps you to position your work strategically, even if you're not directly working in these fields, to be aware of them. And if there's any opportunity to create that alignment, which will then enhance your visibility. And then also South Africa contributes to emerging topics. So using the same methodology, but looking at those prominent topics that are emerging. And emerging topics are similar to, as I said, prominent topics, but they're also created on the citation density, but they reflect what is new. So the new research frontiers, where the societal needs are coming to the fore, where there's technological innovations, where, and these topics then make them more attractive for journals. This is what journals want to publish. They want to be, have frontier information. It's also correlated with funding, and it also opens up the opportunity then for collaboration. And the 5 emerging topics to which South African researchers are contributing is shown by the size of the top of the bubble here. And in total, using this methodology, we could identify about 70 emerging topics globally, but I can just mention 5 here for the sake of time. So online learning challenges during COVID-19 was a very hot topic. It really shows very clearly coming up as an emerging topic. Vaccine hesitancy and acceptance. So there again, you've got medicine, but you need the social sciences there to understand the hesitancy. Health impacts, climate adaptation in Africa, COVID-19, vaccine efficacy, and immune response, another emerging topic, molecular energy and interaction dynamics. So these are just 5 of the emerging topics. And why this matters is it allows researchers to be aware of this, is to stay at the cutting edge. Because emerging topics signal where the scientific frontier is moving, higher chances of publication, higher chances of funding, and opportunities for researchers to lead, especially in terms of the Africa linked topics. So now looking into global collaboration, and in the previous slide, I think it was slide 4, we showed that South African research has a high percentage of international co-authorship, about 53%. So South Africa is already well connected. In this slide, we go into a little bit more detail, and you can see that South African researchers are co-authoring across 220 countries. Not sure how many countries there are in the world, but 220 is a lot. And the map also shows that the most frequent partners are countries in Africa. This aligns perfectly with South Africa's priorities. If you look at what government says, we want to collaborate, we want to lead research within Africa. So this is strong, but also, a lot with other countries as well, because this footprint is very important, because collaboration correlates with visibility. So co-authoring with other researchers, especially internationally, elevates visibility, relevance, and influence. The insert, the little table there, shows that the papers co-authored with international partners are often, achieve very high field-weighted citation impact. So often of 3.0 or 4.7, some of them or even higher, especially with countries like the US, UK, China, Canada, France. So where our national average for co-author publication, or for publication in general, is 1.30, 30% above the world average. This goes way beyond. So the point of this is to emphasize that collaboration has a lot of significance. It boosts citation impact and visibility. It's cited 2 to 4 times more than national only papers. It often also enhances research in the sense that collaborators bring diverse methods to the party. They bring resources and data sets, which can improve the rigor and the innovation in our own work. So working with other researchers is really beneficial on multiple levels. And it's often also linked to funding and career opportunities. So you'll see many global funding pools require international teams, especially coming from the EU Horizon funds, for example, NIH, World Health Organization. They often require that the grants are applied where there are research teams working on the problems. And research involving corporate partners. This tells actually a particularly striking story. So the top image there, the little insert there, shows that publications co-authored with corporate partners, industry. It's just 2.4% of the total of our research output. But it achieves a massive field-weighted citation impact of 5.29. So that's more than 4 times higher than the national average. And this demonstrates that even a small number of industry-linked outputs can deliver disproportionate visibility, influence, and citations. So on the lower image there, you can see that a lot of this collaboration is taking place with pharma. So you can see also because South Africa has such a high focus on medicine and COVID specifically also. So AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, Novartis. So these are just highlighting those industry partners that have exceptionally high returns in terms of citations. They're very impactful in the academic world. And the lesson here is basically working with industry can elevate the reach and relevance of your work. Not only good for South Africa and for society, but also for researchers on a personal level to elevating your reach. Also, industry partnership brings you closer to application. That's also more fundable, it's more publishable, it's more citable. And also with industry, you get that often they also bring to the party more data. They've got infrastructure, they've got funding available. It's very often interdisciplinary. So looking at some of the partners that are highlighted here, it's pharma, it's sport, it's health systems, it's energy. So offering interdisciplinary opportunities and to work on real life issues. So here, really highlighting, even though it has a very high citation rate, it also brings that societal impact that we strive for. Okay, so I have another question for the audience. Maybe you'll have to guess this one as well. But if you have any idea which journal do South African researchers publish in most frequently? So I'm looking at Scopus Journal, more than 28,000 journals. But which journals do you think? Which journal do you think has do most researchers publishing or most frequently? I can give you some examples. There's South African Medical Journal, Lilion, South African Journal of Science. There's PLOS ONE, Sustainability, Lancet, Nature. Yeah, Nature. Which one do you think? I want them in order. We've got Nature. Not the top one, but one of them. Lancet, not among the top 10, but have a lot of publications. A lot of publications, not number one. Okay, I'll put you out of your misery here. Oh, there was I wanted to, what I mentioned. Okay, so this is the list. I hope you can see. No? No? Is this the next one? Right. Previous. Right. So it's a bit small, but on that list, you will see that the top 3, so the top journal that South African researchers publish in most frequently is PLOS ONE, right? So it's a well-known interdisciplinary journal. Scientific Reports is the next one, and then Sustainability. Also, it's one of the top journals, but it's also not number one. But I mean, good guesses here. So these are global recognized outlets. They are the most popular journals, though. So if you evaluate them using citation metrics, and I've selected Skimago Journal Rank here to evaluate them, you'll see that they are slightly below the global average. So the global average also for journals, if you measure journals by the number of citations per article, then 1.0 is also the global average. So metrics, I don't want to get create the idea that metrics are the most important way to evaluate journals. But it does give an idea of the visibility and the reputation of journals. And overall, South African researchers publish in, overall, it's high quality journals. If you measure them by citations, and if you look at a more overall look, you'll see that South African researchers publish more than 50% of journal articles are published in Q1 journals or quartile 1 journals, which are the top 25% of journals as measured by journal metrics, which is based on citations. So this is good. It's comparable to countries like Greece and Malaysia and Portugal. For example, South Africa has 51% of journals in quartile 1 journals, and Greece has 55%, right? So really very good in terms of benchmarking. So the insight that we can get from this is that using tools like CiteScore, Imago Journal Rank, Source Normalized Impact of Paper, SNP, these are journal metrics that tell us something about the journal influence. And to use this to help to make decisions about or to be aware of the reputation of journals which you select in which to publish. So it's one of the elements to assess, and in many cases, the regional journal with the lower, sometimes lower impact is the more relevant journal to publish in, but using metrics can also guide you in terms of making decisions about the visibility of the journal in which you are going to publish. Then if we look at, move on to Sustainable Development Goals, the next slide here, you will see that we've used here the Relative Activity Index, which compares a journal's publication share in a specific area to the global average. So it's basically the proportion of South African research to the SDGs relative to all other countries in the world. And this is quite significant also because the RIA tells us that if it's above 1, also it's above, the average engagement in that area. And for South Africa, the contribution to SDG 1, no poverty, is 5.12. It's 5 times more than the global average. And also SDG 5, so gender equality, is 4.7, which is also almost 5 times the global average. So this really reflects a strategic national focus on social justice, equity, development themes in research. So this is different than the global pattern of contribution to the SDGs. Really strong in SDG 1, no poverty, really strong in gender. So why this is useful to know? Because it also signals priority areas for funding, for policy, and for journals. Right? So journals want to also publish in terms of contributions towards the SDGs. It enhances visibility and relevance, encourages local impact with global framing, which the SDGs are, focusing on the national priorities, but taking that through to the national level as well. And it also supports interdisciplinary and applied research. So SDG 1 and 5 span most or multiple disciplines like social sciences, education, public health, economics, law, urban economics. So aligning with SDGs and knowing which SDGs we have particular strength in can be useful for researchers. So going on to open access, there's been a lot of focus on open access recently. Talking recently is 20 years now. So, but here too, South Africa is making very good strides. So if we're looking, the whole analysis is between 2020 and 2024. And in that time, open access rose from 35% to 49% of the total research output. And also with a good impact. So in the graph, in the chart, it's comparing the open access contribution to all other publications, but also including open access. Right? So But there you can see where the field-weighted citation impact is 1.30 for overall, it's 1.30 for open access. It's still slightly lower, but you can see the growth trajectory there is steeper for open access. And it's also relative to, if you look at relative to comparators, South Africa has the third highest proportion of open access publication. And the insight here that we can, take from this is, what we should, keep in mind is open access enhances accessibility of your research. It also enhances the reach and the policy visibility. So it's more accessible also for those people that are in government that are making policy. The greater visibility overall, alignment with funder mandates and broader audience also goes along with open access. So, choose open access journals for these reasons, but also do it strategically, aim for indexed reputable outlets with global reach when you are selecting open access journals. Another question. So this map is showing the extent of citations to South African documents. But what type of citations or by whom? These are type of publications. What type of publication, type of citation? They are peer reviewed, but that's not the final review papers. Good guess. This is a more difficult one, but I think you're going to like this one. I'm not linked to the screen. Yeah. So each of these bubbles on this chart is showing us the number of policy documents citing South African studies. Right? So you have policy, but they are using South African studies in them, right? So they're referring to South African studies. So these are the studies to which South African authors have contributed also, right? So it's policy documents that South African researchers have contributed to. It is a significant amount. South Africa actually demonstrates very high research visibility in policy. Maybe it's our strength in social sciences as well that makes that possible. So the table there shows the extent. You can see that 7% of South African publications are cited in a policy document. And South African research is influencing policy bodies across about 114 countries. So it's not only South African government, it's international organizations, it's other countries that are also citing South Africans in their policies. This is really a strong indicator of real world global relevance. So again, looking at that social impact that we so much want to demonstrate. And the comparative situation is that South Africa has the highest percentage of research output cited in policy amongst our 8 comparator countries. And from this we can really learn that we are part of a national research system that informs policy. South African research is not only academically strong, it's relevant to policymakers, to NGOs, to international organizations. And this really should serve as an inspiration to engage beyond policy, beyond academia, and create policy, when you're doing your research, create policy briefs, media summaries, stakeholder engagement, build that into your research project. You already have strengths there to build on. And then finally, we look at South Africa's research in relation to innovation. This is a word I hear a lot in relation to UJ. So this table here shows the extent, also again, so between 2020 and 2024, 1,342 papers were cited in 2,573 patents across 20 one patent offices. So I think it's important to also keep in mind that these numbers are not 100% because not all patent offices report citations. But this is the data that is available, and we can see, the extent of the South African publications that are being cited. But this is only about 0.8% of overall output. So the bottom chart then also shows us in relation to our comparators. So we're performing slightly poorer than our comparators such as Poland, Turkey, Portugal, Greece, and Malaysia. So we have, this is an opportunity where we can make a greater impact. Opportunity specifically for researchers in engineering, biotech, ICT, material sciences. So for researchers to think translationally, consider application potential of research, engage with tech transfer and innovation offices, explore industry partnerships and applied funding schemes. This really also makes a big impact on your academic record and contributes to society at large. And then in conclusion, I hope this presentation has shown that South Africa, the scholarly landscape is already dynamic, it's diverse, it's steadily expanding. It is increasingly connected to global research priorities. It offers high impact collaboration. Frontier innovation is already taking place, and it offers but it also offers unique opportunities to contribute meaningfully, publish strategically, engage beyond academia. So for researchers to take action is to align with these strategic priorities, embrace open access, be collaborative, frame research in policy terms. These are key steps to building a visible and impactful career, at the same time changing society. Thank you.
Do you mind if we just have maybe 5 minutes or so for Q&A, Lucia? There's been a couple of questions that have come through online. But maybe before we get started with that, we've got a lucky draw. And you need to answer a question to win the prize. So from the presentation we just witnessed, so were you listening? Because which country does South Africa collaborate the most with? And that would be in terms of number of co-authored publications. So which other country in the world do we have co-authored publications with? That's the highest in the number of publications. And the first hand was up. That's indeed correct. Well done. Any questions coming from in the room? Yes, sir.
Maybe I should stand. Because I've been involved with the South African Journal of Botany for probably almost 30 years, to try and improve it, to try and increase the citation index and all of that. And my question to you is, what is it better to accept that South African Journal of Botany is a localized journal with a narrow scope, or would it be a better strategy to try and improve the citation to make it more international? And if so, what can we do? In other words, the short question is, how can we improve the citation index for the South African Journal of Botany? Thank you very much.
So I'm slightly familiar with the South African Botany Journal. So it is, I wouldn't say change the scope, the aims and the scope of the journal. I think the scope is perfect. But I think this, what I've tried to cover in this session is how you can connect with or bring in international co-authors, alignment with SDGs, looking at, I'm not sure innovation is so strong in this subject area, but to make those connections with the research priorities, for example. So I would focus on those and not focus on expanding the scope of the journal. I think the topics that are being covered is absolutely perfect, but bring in these other elements, strategic elements that will definitely elevate the visibility of and the interest of the research. Yes, yes. Are there any other questions?
Thanks, Lucia. I have a question online from Daniel Mayer. And the question is, why is Scopus publications more important than other indexes?
Oh, that gives me an opportunity for marketing. No, I would say, what Scopus journals go through are curated journals, right? So this is an Elsevier database, and how we compile the Scopus database is that journals have to apply to be indexed, and we look at the quality of the journal. So it goes through a rigorous process to make sure that this is, the quality and the integrity of the journal, so that when the researchers are looking for literature to support their research, that they can trust the journal in which the information is coming from. So I would say, in a nutshell, that is why it's important. Why Scopus has a significant position in terms of researchers, allowing them to trust the academic work.
Thank you, Lucia. I think this is for our colleagues at UJ. So do UJ still support MDPI journals such as sustainability? I don't know if one of our colleagues at UJ, Pavlinka, would like to answer that. Here we go.
Morning, everyone. Okay, as a faculty librarian for science, over the years, since we have our APC library funding, we have many MDPI and Frontiers articles that were submitted for funding, and also our science researchers are publishing. And because of not all the journals in these publishers are considered, quality journals to publish in. We always been very cautious to tell researchers not to publish there. And we have in the faculty restrictions, especially when we are funding as institution to publish their journals. So, for example, in this year, online form that our researchers need to apply for APCs, it states that only one MDPI or Frontiers art publication and one that should fall within quartile 1 and 2 will be supported per researcher. So I'm not aware of yet how many researchers are publishing still without being funded by us, but the faculty want to ensure that our researchers are publishing, in quality peer-reviewed journals. And I know that science direct journals are always in one of the highest that we funding the gold journals publications. So please talk to us, the faculty librarians. We'll also have advice by our faculties. We work together with our vice dean research, so we can advise you as a young researchers who want to publish. And please attend our workshops and training sessions if we have.
Thank you so much, Lucia. I noticed that you focused on international co-authorships, and I noticed that the emphasis was largely on collaborations beyond the continent. So could you perhaps share your thoughts on the role and value of African to African research collaborations? How can we strengthen intra-African partnerships to ensure that our research address local contexts and build continental capacity?
Not sure this is working, but it's a good question. So if you look at international collaboration, as I showed, international collaboration includes intercontinental as well. And I think, again, most of what I've tried to show today is being aware of where the challenges are. What are the research priorities within the country? What, in terms of framing your research with the SDGs, with national priorities, bringing in partnerships from within the continent really makes it more relevant. If it's more relevant, then it's going to also have that visibility, and I think through that we can increase and enhance our collaboration with our African partners. I think it's a very important, and it's a goal and the priority of the South African government as well, and we as researchers to not only work with, it's important to also work with our international partners in terms of resources and also capacity building that goes along with that. But in terms of the focus of the challenges that we are aware of, is we can really elevate research by working with African partners.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucia. That's a very insightful presentation, and definitely always learn a lot from these presentations, especially about the opportunities and seeing that impact of academic corporate collaboration. That was really quite something to see how impactful those publications are. Next in the program is something that is maybe more of a new topic, so generative AI and the use of that in research. We're joined by Dr. Sibuyi from the University of Johannesburg. He's a manager of digital scholarship and research support, teaching and learning here at UJ. And he's going to be speaking about library support when it comes to when it comes to the use of AI in research, and what the library is doing about that. And we heard from Professor the DVC this morning that UJ is wanting to see more and use more of new technologies, including Gen AI. So this is quite a topical presentation, and definitely looking forward to it. Dr. Sibuyi.
Yeah, good morning. With due respect, I greet all the different stakeholders that are in this symposium. I won't be able to name everyone. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. While they're sorting this out, as you've seen, the title of my presentation is Library Support on the Ethical Use of Generative AI. So not so long ago, I think early in the year, I had a student coming in my office, anxious, and she's been juggling through different papers and all that, and she had a pressure of actually making sure that she submits her work in time. So she was in my office, and then she actually leaned forward, not defiantly, in sort of like a whisper, and said, like, can I use ChatGPT actually to help me write this work? And then I said, okay, what do you have in mind? Well, what do you mean? She was like, no, I've used it. It's amazing. It was even able to use the words that I could not use myself. So hence I'm thinking of using this, looking at the time and all that. So when you look at this student's experience, is that it's a mix of excitement and uncertainty at the same time, which raises a fundamental question to all researchers in this place, also online, to say, in this age of rapidly evolving AI, how do we, as researchers, actually navigate these incredible tools? It's fine, okay. How do we, as researchers, navigate the incredible tools responsibly, one, and also how do we leverage on their power while at the same time guarding against their pitfalls, ensuring that academic integrity is held? Because I mean, that is a non-negotiable in academia. So today, this is what we'll be exploring in this presentation. I often say to colleagues, students alike, to say like artificial intelligence can serve as your compass. So it can give you direction. If you're lucky, you prompt well, you may even get a shortcut to where you want to go. However, it's not going to chart the terrain for you. It won't interpret the data for you. It's not going to write the narrative for you or shape it. That is your job as a researcher. So you are still actually the cartographer of your research journey. I'm moving to my second slide, but I think see it's not moving there. Okay, I'll just speak for now with the outline of the presentation. We'll be looking at the AI revolution in academia, its capabilities, limitations, challenges, guidelines, key ethical considerations, and specific applications of AI and its specific ethical dilemmas. We'll also look at some best practices, and then from there I will give the conclusion. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Mm-hmm. So it's still not moving. Okay, it's going, it's moving up. Yeah, it's moving. So the AI revolution in academia, I think it's quite evident in all walks of academia. And digital technologies have affected all industries. You go to banking, there's digital banking. There was a time when if a think we were still young though those days, where if a transaction could happen on your bank account and you would not get any notification, but it has become so weird. If anything would happen, don't get a notification because of digital banking. There's now your digital marketing and a lot of other digital something. So academia is not spared. Hence, we've got your digital scholarship. But I like the way our VC talks about artificial intelligence, saying it's automating tasks that were once exclusive to humans. Because when you're using artificial intelligence, you're actually trying to automate those things that may be repetitive and all that, so that you can spend much more time in being creative and innovative in doing your work. But then he goes further and says, without access to quality education, individuals risk being left behind and excluded from their economic opportunities and all that. So it's quite key to get AI literacy. It doesn't matter whether you believe in using AI or you don't believe in it. One of the things that I always say is that AI, to people actually, especially the ones who are against its use, AI will happen with you or without you. You may decide that you don't participate, but trust me, it will happen. You may not like it, it will happen. So rather at least get the literacy and understand what is happening. There was a time I was demonstrating a specific tool, and I was actually converting specific documents into a podcast where two people actually talking about what's in there. And someone was like, oh, wow, this is scary. AI can do such things. But what I said was that what is even more scary is if something like that is happening and you're not aware. That's even more scary. So at least be aware of what is happening around, even if you don't use it. Know what it does so that you are not surprised or you're not even taken advantage of. So to start my presentation, I started with our AI declaration tool at UJ. Usually this is at the back of the work. You attach it right at the back, but I decided to actually start with it because of how important it is. AI declaration, at least at UJ library, it's not about signing like your plagiarism, whatever, without even reading it and putting it there to say I complied, I've read and all that. But this is much more specific. You put your name, post faculty and all of that, what you are submitting and your name, and then obviously you read all of those things. But then comes the important part, is that you have to name the AI tool that you've used when you look at this form, what you have used and what you've used for, and explain the extent of use. So for instance, you can say, I've used Scopus AI, that's the tool you've used. Purpose, you may say for literature search, and then explain, you explain how you've used it in that sense. But over and above that comes an important issue, because EduJ will believe that you cannot talk about intelligence if you can't talk about human intelligence. There's no intelligence if you can't talk about human intelligence. So hence, there's a portion where we say human oversight and contribution, because you've told us you've used this AI tool, this is how you've used it. But now we want to know what is it that you've done to make sure that you comply with academic integrity. Then you need to explain to say, this is what I did as a human as I was using this work. And number 3, it goes further to limitations and potential biases, where actually you can write what you know about the potential biases and limitations of that particular tool. It can happen that you don't know. If you don't know, you just write that no known limitations or potential biases. But the reason why I'm putting this in right in the beginning is because using an AI, you don't just jump into any tool that they give you and use that. Always step back, check what is it, how is it used, and also check how are you going to apply it to your own work. So in terms of teaching and learning, this is metacognition, meaning it's thinking about thinking. You actually have to think prior to say, how am I going to use this work going forward? So hence it's good to actually look at the declaration before you start, so that it guides you as to, okay, this is how you're supposed to approach the work, and this is how you're going to explain how you have used AI. It's not a matter of just saying, I've used AI, I've declared. No, this is the artificial part of the intelligence, and this is the human part. This goes together. If you put only AI, there's no intelligence there. Intelligence comes when there's both artificial and human. So that is the approach in UJ. Capabilities of AI in academic research and writing, there's quite a lot You can generate research ideas, brainstorming, using email prompting to actually like find specific things so that you can go to the sources later on. You can find even relevant literature. One of the things that when you're doing a research, especially at PhD, you'll find that your supervisors say, okay, you're doing a study on Ubuntu. There is no way you can be doing anything on Ubuntu without citing so-and-so. This person needs to be cited in there, of which manually it was difficult to actually find who is the person. But like with AI now, we're able to actually get the cloud or maybe even the first person that published on that going on. So it helps you not to even miss the call. So those are the advantages. You can structure papers as well, the work that you've run before you submit. Another way it does, like after maybe even doing your manuscript, you can take your abstract, put it on AI and actually check specific journal publishers where you can publish your work. It even shows you the impact factor and all that, which is great. I mean, where in the past you just have to go through a spreadsheet of lists of all of the journal and check where you can. But this time you can start with AI and see maybe the top 5. Then you can go to that DHET list and check if they are there. Then you are able to publish. It enhances a lot of things, research design as well, research proposals, peer review as well, assistant. I'll get deeper into these things as I go on. Another thing I want to emphasize is that we always talk about AI-generated content, It's usually how we try to sort of draw a line between the two. You've got your AI-generated content and you've got AI-assisted content. These are 2 different things. AI-generated content means you went to the tool, prompted, and then got all those things, and then you copied it and just hold it on another paper, where you go and submit. That's AI-generated content. It's not your ideas, you just prompted. But like AI-assisted, that's where you've got your own ideas. Then maybe you use AI to proofread or maybe to make sure that there's coherence. So that is your own ideas, and then you're using it as a tool to actually help you structure your work. But with the AI-generated content, it's just something that you just go prompt in there and copy and paste and then expect someone to give you marks on that. Then, yes, it has limitations. The need for human verification, I think that's what I've just emphasized now to say. There is no intelligence without human. You are wiser than AI. No matter how much English it's using, you are wiser than AI, okay? So don't feel like when it's coming with those bombastic words, actually, no, that's not it. Actually write the way you are, be yourself. Make sure that you still can hear your tone when you're writing. We don't want to look at your work and we see a lot of underscore in essence and all that, no. Make sure that actually you've got the upper hand when you are using it. There are challenges in terms of hallucinations as well. It depends how you've prompted it as well, contextual relevance as well. I mean, when it comes to context, that's where you have to reflect as a human, and it cannot do those things. So that's a limitation. Data access as well. The issue of confidentiality. Other tools, you don't know that whether when you use your data, is it collected, is it going to be used somewhere? But at UJ, we've got AI tools that we know that your data is protected. So the ones that we have in the university, we know that you are safe in terms of data. But then you can still go and use other tools that you'd prefer to use. But just make sure that you check if in terms of data privacy and all that you are safe. So in terms of ethical considerations and some other institutional publisher policies, these areas need some, way of actually coming with activities, I don't know if, or answers to actually say to what extent a specific thing can be done and all that. Because the issue of artificial intelligence as well, that's not a black and white issue. People always come and say, okay, I have this document, I've put it on an AI detector. It says this person has used AI, then they've plagiarized and all that. And I always say, no, step back. It's not like that. Firstly, what I'll say with all AI detectors, none of them is accurate. They even say none of them is accurate. You're using AI to detect AI. So that's the first thing. Secondly, Back in the day, we used to take our theses for proofreading, right? If you got a thesis document that you've taken to the TAD professor so-and-so that does the proofreading and it comes back, if someone asks you, was that document proofread? You'll say, yes, it was, right? It's proofread. So even with using AI, that's what it means. Okay, AI was used, but it's not really telling you much on it. So it doesn't mean, because sometimes the work will come back from the proofreader, you find that it looks really different from how you structured it because of their languages and all of the experience that they have. But it's still your own ideas. So even with AI, it depends how the person has used it. Did they use it to assist them? Do they use it to just generate the information? So those are the things that you really need to go and deeper and check as to what is it that happened. Sometimes before some PhDs are submitted for examination, you'll find that they say, no, the critical reader suspects that AI was used in this work, and then check, and then we'll sit down and actually look at those things and really find that did this person really use it ethically or unethically? So that's one of the things that you used to look at. And with the use of AI, you have to be transparent and not necessarily just being honest. And I had someone like explain the difference between being transparent and honest, and it was really nice the way they've put it. If you are being honest, maybe someone would come and ask you, I'll just give an example with a couple. Maybe the wife also will come and ask you, where have you been? You'll say, no, I was with my friend John, and his secretary came to join, and the sister, because they are new in town. So we had to go and have coffee with them and show them around. They ask you, telling them where you are. But if you're transparent, before she asks you, you'll say, I'm going out with my friend John and his secretary and the secretary's friend. We're going to have coffee and show them around. And I don't think you should come with us because I think you'll be bored. You can even say that, but you're being transparent in the beginning, right? You're not you're saying what's going to happen. The other one, you did not lie, you were honest, but you're not transparent. So we don't have to ask you if you've used AI when you're doing your work. Be upfront about it. Tell us you're using it. Don't work in a research group and then you go on the corner and then use AI and then come back and look more, smarter and all that. No, that's not how it works. Declare that you are using AI. You might find that you're working on a funded program, project, and you find that maybe there's a clause from that funder that says, do not use AI. I'm just giving an example. Or that says you must declare AI maybe at every stage and so. And you find that you're using it, you're not declaring. At the end of the day, you all submit the work, then AI has been used. Now maybe you lose the funding, or maybe your work is scrapped, or whatever the case may be. So be open about it, that I'm using this tool and this is how I'm using. People that you work with should know that you're using AI. It's a tool in any case. Okay. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Always be transparent about it. So now I'm just going to talk about guidelines about when to cite AI assistance and when to acknowledge it, because there's always confusion around this. Do I write AI? I've gotten this information from ChatGPT or wherever. Now, first with literature review, should it be cited? No. When you're using AI as a tool to search literature, you go search literature, read. I'll give an example, maybe Scopus, you'll find a specific paper, and then from there, you note those papers, and then maybe you take them, put them on an algorithm, you start to interact with the paper. You are doing literature review. So you need to cite the papers that you've read, even if you found them through what? Through AI. But you don't take what AI says. You don't just go and ask a question, and then it gives you answers then with references. You copy that quite on your work and say, that's it. No, they are not your references. You didn't work with them. You didn't read them. They are not. That's AI generated, not AI assistance. It should assist you to just get to those sources, and then you're able to read. And another thing, if it's AI, I'll give an example with Scopus. Scopus reads only abstracts. So you find that it has all that information, but it's very superficial. So after using it, get deeper in the article. That's where actually you're going to get deeper insights. So hence you can't just take what AI is giving you, but at least it's making things easier for you to identify the right papers with the right content that you're looking for in a short amount of time. Now, systemic literature review. Do you cite or acknowledge? When you're doing systematic literature review, you must cite that you've used AI. Cite as in within the document. I'm not talking about the declaration form in the document, specify the search and screening method, because now you are using it to actually do that systemic and systemic literature review has steps. You start with this big chunk. Where are they from? How did you actually maybe remove the ones that are not? Let's think how you're doing Ubuntu and you want to focus on Ubuntu papers that were written by South Africans. You find that, okay, friend, maybe 50, when you check, you find that 20 are about Ubuntu, but not South African. And then maybe you discard that. So you explain that process and how you've used AI. And even if you get to a point where maybe that's something wrong, always put that in your research report. Research is about that. Be open to say, these were the shortcoming, that is allowed, in research. Don't just act like everything went well. Document it. One of the things about methodology chapter, for instance, you write it in such a way that the other person can be able to read your methodology and replicate the study. So hence you have to be detailed about how you've used the AI tool. And then coming to data collection, should it be cited? Yes. You specify what as a method. If you use AI to collect data, whether you were interviewing people, we've got a system, a product here in the library that actually can do interviews for you, AI. You give it the question, can actually set appointments with people, and then the person will go access that link interviews, and it will ask interviews and even prompt. Okay. So in that case, you've collected data using AI. You should explain how, okay, this is how I did the question, these were the prompts and all that, because you've used it to collect your data. Data analysis as well. When you use it for data analysis, also describe your approach to say, this is what I've done. Let's give an example in terms of qualitative. In your methodology chapter, you'll write to say, okay, AI, this is what it did. This is the coding, themes and all that. And then you come and say, as a human oversight, this is what I did. I looked at the initial codes and all that, and then I made sure that through AI, it assists me actually to make sure that I did not leave anything. With AI, maybe I got 2 outliers which I could not get myself as a person. After you've gotten that, you may be like, okay, what is the grounding, the density of the themes? Nice thing about AI can even show you the relationships between the themes, of which manually it was difficult, or some people would not even do. If you're doing all those things, maybe you also want to check the sentiments analysis with this, set in this emotion and all that. AI can help you. So explain how you've done those things. And as you do it, also have screenshots. Don't have your report looks like someone that has done work manually. Make sure that you've got screenshots so that the person that reads understand actually how you went through and doing this thing, okay? Now, support for writing. In terms of proofreading, if you've used AI to proofread your work, for instance, there's no need to cite the work. These are your ideas and all that, but then you need to acknowledge, like I said, in that form at the end, but you've just used it for proofreading. Restructuring, you've got your paragraphs and all that, and you want to make sure that it flows and all that. These are your ideas using it as a tool. You don't cite anything there, but what you do is to acknowledge in the AI tool. Like I said, you always have to mention that you've used it. For drafting as well, you also have to acknowledge that you've used it for those. So that is sort of like the difference in terms of the citing and using it, for instance, like proofreading and all of that in terms of AI. But at all times, every single time, do you have that AI declaration form at the end of your work? So we're just going to look at specific ethical considerations for AI in research. I won't take my time on each slide, but with the integrity and honesty, maintaining originality as well. Make sure that the content is something that you have generated yourself, but you might have used AI to assist you. Make sure that the work is authentic. Don't over-rely on AI. When you start to see your work not sounding like you, then you know that you've overdone it. Yes. I would not want by speaking, I don't know, they say South Africans, we've got accent. I'm South African. I don't know what's our accent, but it's easy to pick other people's countries' accent. It's the way we sound. So even the way you write would be different from someone who comes from Massachusetts, for instance, and all that. You don't want to sound like that. You're African. So make sure that even your writing, don't just be carried away by those beautiful words, but come back to who you are. It's nice to read something and you see the authenticity of the author. Preventing misuse as well. Don't over-rely on it. Don't replace, complement your skills. Accountability, I've talked about it. You can't use ChatGPT and all that as your co-authors. It does say it's not human. If you ask it at times, it does say it's not human. So if you can't make it an author. I know of a colleague in another university where they had a student charged for plagiarism. And in one of the charges, you know, how they were framed, it was that you've used someone's work as your own. And the student argued, said, I did not use someone's work. ChatGPT that says it's not human. So you've charged me for someone's work. This is not someone's work, you know. And I mean, the student was right. So it means with this evolving digital, even the way we write our charges, we must actually like relook at, we don't write it the same way we used to write in the past, because now there's AI, it's not human. If you write it as if someone stole someone's work, AI says it's not human. So how do you say use someone who, such things? Reviewer responsibility as well. There is some actually publishing houses that have found that reviewers now use AI. You can't just take someone's work when they ask you to review and then you put it on AI and send that as feedback. You need to do it yourself. You can use it to assist you with some things, but you can't take someone's work and just upload in a, so you don't know the privacy risks that are all there. Rather decline to review anyone's work if you know you're not going to do it, you want AI to do it. Just reply back to them and say, please use AI, ChatGPT, this is the prompt. Because literally that's what you're going to do. Just say, no, I won't do it, use ChatGPT. And like taking it as if you'll do it, you put in ChatGPT and then send it back. Transparency and disclosure as well. It's mandatory, like I've mentioned. Editors may request AI prompts and outputs used during a manuscript preparation. Another question that I always get is that, oh, do we keep the prompt or so? Always keep, just have a file where you always maybe copy paste your prompts that you have used. Reason, although no one is asking for it at the moment, you might find that you're doing a PhD now, it's your second year or it's your first year. Maybe in 3 years' time, things have changed. Now they want the prompts and you're already ahead. So keep backup of the prompts that you've just in case they need them. You might find that they say, okay, put them just as an annexure. So always keep your prompts on the side just to be safe in case someone asks, because things are very fast in terms of AI. So just keep those prompts. You don't want now to be like biting your nails and don't know what to do when they ask for such things. So ensure that you keep that trail or record. Verify the information that you get from AI. It doesn't matter. Verify it, even if it's your own name. Check if it's written it well. You know, I would say maybe in humans with trust, but in AI we check. So that's how it is. Data and privacy. Confidentiality as well must be kept as you review all that. Protect personal data. Institutions as well, they must put systems in place to actually support the use of AI. People always ask, do we have a policy on AI, UJ? And all that. Okay, we do not have a policy yet, but AI is happening now. We're not going to wait for policies. As academics, we put systems in place to ensure that academic integrity is upheld at the present moment. Even the students cohort that we're getting these days, they've been exposed to AI in one way or another. So we're not going to wait and not do anything saying we're waiting for policy. We must have systems in place. So if maybe lack of a policy has been something that's making you know to please put systems in place because AI is happening now. In terms of bias or AI tools, obviously are made by people that have got their own algorithmic bias. So make sure that if you can triangulate whatever you do to actually try and make sure that it ticks all the boxes. At UJ, another thing is we make sure that we provide Gen AI to, because of the digital divide, maybe some students may not afford to get there. So at UJ, we make sure that we've got tools and any student can be able to access those tools. Postgraduate, obviously. For undergraduate, another colleagues that deal with AI for the undergrads, but I do mostly the MNDs. So, but anyone has access to all the tools that we have. If you want to get a tool, you're a postgraduate student, you don't know how, just visit the library website, look for digital scholarship, or you can just go to your browser and say digital scholarship UJ. It will take you to our page. You'll be able to find the links of how you request access to those resources. You also see our trainings that we offer in using the tools that we have. Right. How much time have I taken so far? Still have 20. Okay, thank you. So AI tools can assist in various stages of research, but each application carries its own, yeah. So for instance, generating ideas and literature review can have errors and all that. So make sure you verify that. Structuring papers as well. Check the coherence, citations, make sure that you verify the AI generated citations against original sources if you are going to use that. But at times these things hallucinates. Once it suggests something, go and at least look at that source yourself and make sure that it's there. For peer review as well, just follow the academic integrity rules or principles. Finding proposals, it does a lot as well. I won't talk about most from that particular slide. I think I've covered most of it as it was still coming. The issue of transparency, like I've mentioned, made it clear and disclose to anyone that you work with. Maintain accountability as well. This is your content. At the end of the day, if something goes wrong with it, you can't say, no, it was the AI. It's you. It's you have done. AI is just a tool. It's you. Foster a culture of ethics. And there must be ongoing ethical conversations on AI. Like I said, it's not a black and white thing. And there's a lot of new developments that are coming. So it's not something that we do just hit and run. At times with AI trainings in the university, I don't let the trainings to be recorded and circulate. You'll probably have access to it for three weeks or a month. And then from there you won't have. Because I don't want people to be stuck with the presentation that I've done in January. Now, you find that there's a lot that they have changed. So that's why sometimes people will be like, no, we need that presentation. No, we need that recording. You'll have it just for some time, but then from there you won't be able, because I don't want to keep outdated information. It's the digital age that we're living in, that's why. Deal with the errors that you get, originality, I've talked about it. So the best practices, I think the first one is combining AI with human expertise. I've done some research work last year. I was doing a human AI collaborative qualitative analysis. Even my methodology, I put a part where I said AI, this is what it did. And then I said, as a human, this is what I did. And then I had a third section where I said collaboration. This is how I've worked with it to make it clear on the methodology. Because there's many ways of doing research, like ethnography, for instance, as you know, it is a methodology. It has been done in a certain way, but now you can even do ethnography online. You can study people's cultures online. That's how digital technologies are these days. So make sure that in that way of doing work, always reflect and use your critical thinking. Know how to prompt. As you start prompting, you actually become good with time. When I check the way I used to prompt maybe a year ago and now I really prompt differently. So you become, conversant with your AI tool. And for instance, have you seen those people that when they drive their cars, they drive like this? Because they were taught like that, so they still keep that way of driving. But so after you got your driver's license, you just drive the way you want, but you still find those. So with AI, you grow. You won't prompt the same way. You can't just be all the time. That's how it works. And if you've used one tool at times, it will be easier to actually use other tools in AI. That's how it is. I give an example with a phone. I think almost everyone here has a phone, right? But tell me, whenever you buy a phone, do you read the manuals that comes with the phone? Who reads them? You don't, right? It sort of like just comes, you just learn it because you've used the phone before. So with AI, it's like that. If you've really been trained, you've used one tool, it's easier actually to use another tool. You don't really need to go and get training, but the key thing is the academic integrity. We're not worried about actually the use. If you've used it, you'll know how to use the others at times. But then the academic integrity is the key thing, because that one is non-negotiable. Stay informed, collaborate as well. So the conclusion, AI tools cannot replace human judgment or critical thinking. Actually, by having AI in place, you now have more time to reflect, to be more thinking critically, to be more reflective, to be talking about the context and all those things, because these other repetitive stuff are done, but it will not replace you. will not replace you. And sometimes when you're using it, you get to a point you feel like it's not doing things well. Step back and try and see what's happening. It's like when you're driving. Most of the times, if I'm driving somewhere and I get lost, for some reason there's an easy that say reduce the volume, switch on the radio. I don't know how it links. When you're lost, first thing you switch off the music, you get your way, then only then you can play. So even here, if you feel that you're getting lost, relax and then find your way, still continue. Don't let it like lead you. Then you'll understand if you once been made to drive straight around by a GPS. You drive and then it shows you are here, and then the next thing you're there and all that, because it's just a tool. At the end of the day, you have to apply your own thinking. So be like that. Even if it sends you in a certain way, go a certain way. It will reroute and find you there, where you are. Don't just go everywhere it says you must go. Sometimes take this direction, when it says this way, take this way, it will reroute and come. Same thing. Have the upper hand with AI. Don't let it lead you. Right, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Yeah. This mics behind you, behind this.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Doctor. I really agree with the sentiment that AI is going to happen with or without us. So to ignore it is almost to voluntarily stay behind. But my question is, industrial revolutions tend to have to uphold the status quo. So the rich get richer because of the new tools that they're able to use, like AI, which is something I notice happening, that the global north is much further in AI development and using it to a bit more fruitfully. So my question is, what is the state of African AI development? And yeah, what's your position on that sort of thing of having AIs that are developed for Africans by Africans? Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting question. In terms of AI, unfortunately, is this still working? Okay. Yeah. As Africans, it's like we're consumers at this point. We just consuming everything that comes from everywhere. There hasn't been much that was done in Africa. So it's very key in decolonizing this and making sure that we really do our own. So I'm not in any research group like now, but it's something that I'm really like driving and encouraging people to actually do research, and actually we have our own tools. We don't want to end up using tools that were made with some boy in the garage in some Western country and then it comes here, but we have to do that. So I think research faculties, for instance, your engineering, business school and others that work on that, they should actually do some work so that we get our own. And actually it affects everyone, not just engineering. Even humanities need to be there, the philosophy behind this, ethics, everyone need to be part actually in this, so that we know, we say our own story in terms of AI. And I'll speak in the UJ language, we paint AI orange, you know. It comes, but like we paint it orange to say this is the usual way of doing things. But yes, it's a good point that you're mentioning, but there's very little happening. Even if things are happening that are not at a point where it's products that we can use, as I'm using a South African product. So yeah, I hope it answers your question. Next.
All right, thank you very much. Please, you said something like when you use AI, you keep the prompt. Please, can you put a bit more light to that? I didn't really understand what you meant by you keep the prompts.
Okay, so what I mean is, let's say you are using ChatGPT, and then you are brainstorming about a certain topic, and then maybe you ask, I need to understand this, what you're putting. I need to understand the intersection between Ubuntu and digital transformation. Let's say you want to do apply Ubuntu principles in digital transformation. That's what you're asking there. Then it's going to give you information, right? So your prompt is that what you've written to say, give me the information or the intersection between digital transformation and this, and then you copy that and put it down. And then you obviously prompt with other questions and put it. So that helps to actually for you to understand how you got into that with time. Someone asks, because they might be like, okay, but how did you prompt to get to this level? So make sure you put that kind of information on the site. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It could also be in your literature search, like maybe you're doing systemic literature review. Maybe you search the literature using a problem statement, right? And then you go and also use your objective maybe or research question to search and then get that. Put that down to say, okay, fine. I first used the research problem as it is pointed there, and this is what it gave me. But then when I went deeper and actually used the research problem and I used the objectives, this is what I got. So it's something that you can detail and put on the site to say, this is how you prompted. You prompted using the research. Some people can decide to prompt just using only the hypothesis only. Some can choose to use the problem. It's up to you. Maybe you can use all of them, but document that so that there's a story that you can tell about how you've prompted. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about.
I'm a first year student, Theophilus. So I want to ask this question because we are currently in a situation. Okay, we are currently, pardon? Oh, I thought you were okay, so we are currently in a situation whereby we have reverted to using writing essays without AI. In my current module, English 1A, we will not be using AI to write our essays. So I'm raising this question, are we doing enough to train first year students in using AI? Because it's almost like we have this notion that AI is actually the villain in all of this process. Yeah, so also how effective is AI in climate change research? Because I'm really big on climate change, which is arguably the most pressing issue currently globally, particularly in Europe. So I want to know how effective is AI in terms of climate change research. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of first year or undergrads, Dr. Elise Dutoit deal with that group. And it's simply because at that stage, the focus is more on teaching and learning than research itself. So they try and teach you sort of like information literacy and all that, but touching a bit on AI, but you don't use AI like postgraduate students would, yeah. So in terms of the courses where they say maybe do not use AI, if a lecturer says do not use AI, do not use it, because they know what they are assessing in that kind of assessment that you are doing. So, but if ever they say yes, you can use it, then you can use it. I just want to give an example about a cake. Let's take I'm teaching about baking cakes, and then I'm only concerned about the final product. I don't know how you did all this, but I'm just concerned about the final product that you've put in. That's what I'm assessing, presentation and all that. I may say, okay, you can use AI, however, but this is a rubric how I'm going to look at the presentation. But there might be someone who's saying, like, I'm not concerned about the cake. I want to know, how did you select the ingredients and all that and came all the way? So it's because every module that you are doing, if you check even in your guide, it has objectives, right? They say after doing this module, you will have reached these objectives. And the assessments that you do, it's assessments that actually must test your understanding in terms of the objectives of that module. So if you find that using AI will not make you to actually achieve the objectives of the course, that's why they might say, no, do not use it, because it doesn't. You understand? So that's why they stop you from using it, because of the objectives of the course. So others do now incorporate AI in curriculum and all that, but then it's not like recalculating because of technology. Technology will always come, but then it's just to make sure maybe they incorporate it, included in the activities and all that. But the main reason is that look at the objectives of the course and all that. That is the reason why they say don't use it. Yeah. So in terms of climate change, there's lots of research. There's of research on that. Yeah, there's lots. Yeah. Yes. Let's somebody give her a mic. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay, just ask Daniel County.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Ratanan Tupai,
Mhm.
a lecturer at UNISA and also a PhD student at Northwestern University. During your presentation, I heard you saying that for the AI policies at UJ, it's not yet, I don't know, maybe I didn't hear you clearly, it's not yet implemented. So I have few questions because based on the research that I'm doing, it's so impacting and it has a lot of information. So what I want to understand when using the AI tool, let's say, for example, I extract my research questions, objectives, in general, doing a literature review. How beneficial for PhD candidates on using the AI, like in terms of penalties and so on when doing, let's say, publications, or maybe you are doing your thesis. Is it allowed for PhD candidates to go deep into using AI? Because the difference between master students and PhD is very huge. For PhD, you need to be contributive on your research. So I just want to understand how beneficial for us PhD candidates in terms of using the AI.
With a colleague of mine, we always joke and say we wish we had done our PhDs when there was this thing, this AI thing. We could have finished so quickly because we feel like people are at advantage now. Anyway, every university has their way of doing things, but PhD student can use AI actually, because AI would make it removes all those repetitive things that are not necessary and actually focus on critical thinking. So as a PhD student, actually, you would have much more time to apply your frameworks, your philosophies and all that, because all these other repetitive works, it's done by AI as a tool. So yes, it's very much beneficial to use it as a PhD student. I've seen PhD students that have used it and all that. Declare, always tell your supervisor how you're using it and how you plan to use it, like I said. But you can, it's the most users of AI actually internationally. It's postgraduate student, the M's and the D's, and postdocs as well. So it's safe to use it. So the issue of policy, sorry, we just have guidelines, but we all know what academic integrity is at this stage. So we just have guidelines now to help people to make sure that they comply, with academic integrity. There's no policy. There are situations in life that do not wait for you to have a policy. I'll give you an example. When COVID-19 came, did we have time to come up with a policy or health program and say, this is the program, these are the indicators for, there was no time for that. COVID was here. So even now, AI is here. The cohort of students that we get now, they know AI, they're using it. We can't wait and say, no, we can't say anything now until there's a policy. No, we do this. And even what we are doing now, I think, is going to contribute to the policy issue that the time of policy will come, based on the learning experiences that we've had prior to that. Yes. I answered? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Doc, for a very informative presentation. I'm Dr. Rasakanya from Svakomahatu Health Science University. I just have a question in terms of plagiarism. You touched a little bit on it. Just want to find out if the current tools that we have, that we are using in terms of assessing plagiarism when we get things like dissertations and theses and stuff like that, are they able to pick up plagiarism, or if a student has plagiarized AI, like an AI tool, something like that. And for example, we are currently using Tenet in my university. So is that equipped with the right and relevant mechanisms, I can put it like that, to pick up such? And if not, is there such a tool for picking up plagiarism that has, it's built into to detect if a student has used or has plagiarized AI tool or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of Turnitin, at UJ, it's not under my portfolio, it's under the academic technologies. It's a different unit, not under mine. I've heard some people say like now it's got AI detection functionality all that. But then in terms of universities using it, students tend to think that the percentage that they get is their plagiarism score. That is not a plagiarism score, it's a similarity score. That percentage is a similarity score. So obviously it goes and checks the similar things that whatever you might have gotten from other papers and give the percentages and all that. It's a similarity score, but you can still edit your work and get 0 or 1% similarity score, but still you have plagiarized. Remember, plagiarism is much more specific. You might have taken someone's ideas and presented them as your own. Let's say I get a paper or thesis from in Spanish and stuff, and then I come with our AI tools like KNUJ, for instance, you can communicate with any paper that's written in Chinese or whatever, using English or Afrikaans. You can do that. So you can take those ideas and present them as your own. Turn it in 0%. There's no similarity and all that. But when you look at the work, actually, you have plagiarized. Is that so? Hence, I'm saying like it's not a black and white issue. It's turn it in is just a starting point to say here's the similarity. But somehow the similarity helps you to just see that no, this student has done this. But sometimes you might find that the percentage is low, but the information is stolen somewhere or someone's work and all that. So we just need to get deep into that. But as for AI detection, most of those tools, even themselves, they do say they're not accurate. Don't just take work and then put it on an AI detector, whatever you haven't said. Maybe it says like 78% of this work was generated by AI. And then you say like, no, this work was done by you. Might find that the person has used AI to proofread their work. Like we've got, you can even download it on Microsoft Word and write. So obviously it will pick that AI was used, but it won't give you all those details. So they are not accurate at all. You can use them just to, check some things, but at the end of the day, it's something that needs human intelligence. When it comes to AI, actually, let me emphasize, your human intelligence is what is going to help you find plagiarism and all that, because you will reason, you've got the content, you will reflect. AI itself, AI to AI, nah. But yes.
Thank you very much, Doc. I have 13.5 questions to ask you. Okay, the first one, you spoke about prompts, and one thing I've noticed about AI, you can put, let's say, as you intersectionality and Ubuntu, and the person next to me does the same, but the information differs. So I don't understand, why do we have to keep, what do you need the prompts for as a university? Because if you put my own prompts to check, you won't find the similar content in my paper. And the second question is, the university, I know from my master's degree, we were forced to get an editor, and the editor must be, do I still need an editor when I have Grammarly and Quillbot now? And the third question, the last one, what is the third question? I'll think about the third question, but thank you.
Okay, so the first one is on prompts. Why? Okay, firstly, as a university, we're not asking for prompts. We're not asking for prompts. This is my advice to you, to say, keep prompts on the side in case they are required in future. Let's take you're doing a PhD now, it's your first year. 3 years down the line, when you submit, now there's a policy and prompts need to be submitted. So that's why I'm saying do that. It's more like when you go and look for a source, maybe it's from a website, you go take that link, maybe sometimes even have a screenshot, because the websites change and all that, So it's to just keep a backup of that. It's not necessarily that the university need it. It might happen that the university doesn't need it, but maybe the journal where you want to publish need them. Then you can use them there. Or maybe both of them might not need them, but you find that you are sponsored, and your sponsor says, like, if you've used AI, give us our prompts for whatever policies and whatever they have. So just keep track of that for yourself. So what you are saying, that one person can put the same prompt, get a different thing, one person put the same prompt, do the different thing. Correct. That's what happens. But remember, AI, it gets used to you and how you prompt and all that. So that's why it will, and it keeps some historic information. So it will always give different answers depending to the person that's using it. But you putting that prompt, we are looking at the work that you are doing. It's not like necessarily I'm going to look at it, go and check if you find that, but I'm just going to look at the prompt and look at what you got, and then assess the work going forward, so that I understand what is it that you have done. You understand? But not necessarily that I will take it and go and get the same thing. Definitely. I can open mine, you open yours, we do something we want, given the history and the history on your side. So it's just a matter of methodology and understanding what you followed. Yeah. Third one, still. Good, but, Okay, we even have something better in the library. We've got Trinka that does an amazing work. We've got Paperbill does an amazing work. It does the proofreading, and it also generates a certificate to show that you've done. Because remember, proofreader at times will also give you a certificate. It also generates a certificate to say you've proofread the work. But that depends on your supervisor. Check with your supervisor. Even when your thesis goes for external examination, when it comes back, they'll say maybe accepted with minor corrections to the satisfaction of the supervisor. So that's the person you have to satisfy. If the supervisor is not happy by Trinka thing, then take it to the human activity. But if they are happy with what they see, yeah, that's it. Because at the end of the day, another reason why things were proofread always back then, it was because, especially in South Africa, if you look like, English, I think it's my 7th language. Like I'm from Limpopo, we speak all languages there. So English is my 7th. You can imagine that I'm not good in English. So if I write work, you might find that maybe I'm marked down because of my articulation of English is not that good, and someone maybe might mark work because of that. So that was happening to actually like cover that clear, so that someone knowledgeable comes and write in a very clear way, so that work is marked for the content, not necessarily for how it sounds. So, but like if now you're able to meet that through AI, I think it should be okay. It gives you certificates, but your supervisor is the person that you need to check with, because your supervisor probably knows the field where you are in and how the people mark theses and all that around that. So you might find that sometimes he or she's trying to protect you from those people because maybe they will not want that kind of work. So there's various areas. Like I said, it's not a black and white thing. Okay.
I've been warned to step away from the speaker. Thank you so much for this topic. It's something I feel very passionate about. And it's really more of a question. My name is Judith Evans. I'm the National Program Manager for Graphic Design at Eduvice. So in a creative space, AI has very particular kind of concerns for us. I think artists and designers are very concerned about the risks to their like authenticity and those kinds of things. So we concerned about AI in a slightly different way in terms of plagiarism as well. I'd like to understand how much onus do you think, I mean, we all talk about our concerns about students using AI and how it's going to hinder their learning, but I wonder how much responsibility do we have to design assessments that in the first place are kind of designed to stop AI from, or to help the student learn. So for example, when you mentioned to this young man here that he should think about the learning outcomes of that module, I'm just wondering how the assessment itself, for example, if we are requiring students to go back to making handwritten submissions, how something like writing an essay by hand like meets the sort of learning outcomes of a module, for example. Like, are we doing enough to also do our part to design assessments that are forward-looking and think about the student and their learning? So not just something that we think might avoid the use of AI, but actually is designed to kind of teach the ethical principles of using AI in the first place.
Okay, I'm not sure if I get the question. Are you asking if, to what extent maybe students can use AI in design?
No, I'm asking what responsibility do educators have in the design of the assessments to consider that the assessments both teach students about AI ethical use and then also meet the learning outcomes of the module. So for example, I imagine that in this day and age, it's not as necessary for students to write essays by hand. So it seems as though something like that is really more to make the the process of guarding against AI use easier for us rather than us designing the assessment to do that, if that makes sense. I'm
Okay,
not
yeah,
sure.
it's clear. Yeah, you as an educator or lecturer, you've got 100% responsibility in terms of that. And when it comes to the curriculum and assessment, people will think, okay, we have to recalculate maybe because of this AI. No, you don't recalculate because of new technology that has come in. Everyone in that chain is actually involved in curriculum. Remember, with curriculum, you've got your macro and your micro. I can't remember the one in between. My English is depleted. I think it's meso, if I'm not mistaken. So you're all involved in the curriculum, but maybe the top part, it's all about the CHE approvals and all that of the content, and there's a middle part, but maybe you that's delivering the content, especially in institutions that are private, you find that already there's a guide there that's already done, you just have to go and deliver the content. So you as maybe working at a micro level, it's your responsibility to actually make sure that you integrate AI in those assessments and all that, so that they learn through it. So you do have that responsibility to say, how can you put it in there? Even with assessments as well, given that some things that maybe were difficult to do in the past will be done by hand, but now they can just do it by a click to just get that. Rather than saying they produce the same thing, ask, how do you get to this? And all that, the how part and the why part and all that, it's something that can still lead to getting that objective, unlike what they could have done by hand. So it's a matter of asking the questions. Maybe we're asking what, when, but now it should be how, why, when, and to which extent. So that's how it is. But anyone in that chain of educators has a responsibility to actually integrate AI, both in assessments and in curriculum. Whether it also includes like assessing by AI, or that's another part of it, assessing work by AI, and also whether it's assessing work that was assisted by AI, that's another part of it. But you do have that responsibility, and the students are looking forward to you, because as a lecturer, if you say something, they'll take that. They're looking forward to you to say, okay, to what extent do you use it, how, and all that. So it should be very open conversations. Students sometimes are even scared to talk about it to lecturers. They'll think I'm using it, and definitely lecturers know that you're using it, but it should be an open thing, yeah, to talk about. I don't know if it answers your question. Touching on design as well, I had a query a few weeks ago from some innovation center here within UJ, and it was about designing specific products where they've used AI, and they were asking me that, does this AI have IP and all that, who's the work? So AI is a tool. Yes, you've designed it like using that. For instance, if you use a pair of scissors to cut something, so at the end of the day, you say the scissor owns that, or it's clear. So even there, you use it as a tool to do whatever you're doing, but at the end of the day, it's your work, your ideas, but you have used it. So you can just acknowledge, but it does not own anything. So those are some of the things that maybe find that it applies to design specifically, not other fields. Yeah, and also do research on that and come with insights that are actually going to help in design, because design is different from many other fields and all that. But do some research on that. But at the end of the day, you have the 100% responsibility, and making sure that we've got ethical designers going forward, it's in your hands. Thank you. No question, right? This is for you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just want to say a huge thank you to Dr. Sibui. That was really, really an interesting presentation. We'll now break for tea, and if we could be back in the room in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, so that we try and keep the day on time. The tea is served outside in the foyer. go. Hello, everybody. We're going to get started in about 1 minute time, 1 minute. If you wouldn't mind to please find your seat, we need to get started with the remaining presentations. That would be to make sure we finish on time. Good. Right, hope you all had a great tea break and re-energized and ready to continue with today's program. It's a great pleasure to introduce to the stage Prof. Ben Eric van Wyk, also from the university, but also the chair of the NRF research project with regards to indigenous plant use. Prof is also from the Department of Botany and Plant Biotechnology, as well as he is the editor of the South African Journal of Botany. And his presentation this morning is advice from the editor's desk. So I think that you will find that very useful. Welcome, Prof. You have a presentation?
Yes. It will. There we go. Can I have the remote, please? Thank you very much for the introduction. I have to make a correction. I'm not the editor of the South African Journal of Botany, although I've been working on the editorial committee for probably 30 years. I'm on the board of editors of several journals. But I've got a long history in publishing. I was also a publisher myself until last year. I visited Frankfurt Book Fair 22 times in a row. I'm passionate about publishing. And through 400 research papers, I've learned a little bit about what to do and not to do. So although I'm not the editor, I think I probably could be called qualified to give this lecture. I just have a little, I'm a botanist. And we'll get back to AI later. I just want to tell you about a recent experience where people wrote a paper about a certain plant species. And what they didn't realize was that in botany, we sometimes abbreviate plant species names. So the generic name is reduced to the single first letter. And as a result, if that comes into the keyword, you have totally unrelated plants with seemingly identical scientific name. And so this paper that I was asked to evaluate wrote a review on 2 different plants. The authors did not realize that they were dealing with a literature, extensive literature, on 2 completely different plants. And you can imagine the chaos that, and it's not easy to pick up if you don't check the original literature, because it seems all very plausible until you delve a bit deeper. I happen to be a botanist knowing that that plant couldn't possibly be antibacterial and so forth. And that gave the first hint that something is wrong. So I wonder if towards the end of papers in Elsevier, you have to declare who wrote what. And so normally my PhD students are the ones who wrote the first draft. Would that now have to be changed to say wrote the first draft with or without AI support? Or the conceptualization, is part of the conceptualization coming from AI? So I think there's some slight ethical issues. But on the whole, I'm positive about AI. Because with indigenous knowledge, a large part of African indigenous knowledge is written in French and Portuguese. And I'm wondering to what extent review papers and inventories and so on miss out on the true picture of Africa if you don't consider other languages. And that is something that I would like to flag as a potential for AI to help us in reaching that goal of being totally inclusive in our science and not only do English. Anyway, let me, what I'm presenting is perhaps more aimed at student level in terms of the process, how to make sure you get published. I wonder how many of you are interested in how to get published as opposed to anything else. Only one so far. Okay, there's a few. Okay, so all of us, some of this may seem very obvious and logical, but I will try to explain what I mean by, I'm trying to convey my experience in this topic. I was once a young scientist. I was also getting very anguished and excited about rejection. Later on, it didn't happen very often because I'm a fast learner. I was a fast learner. Okay, so the first step is to create a striking and informative title. So whenever you conceptualize something, it focuses the mind. If you say the antimicrobial activity of, let's say, acacia karoo, it's a temporary title, short, focusing the mind. Because then if you go to sleep and during the night, your subconscious mind is working on it. Because the title is critical. The title is what is the crux of the matter. And here is an example of a wrong choice of a title. Theoretically, I thought this is a perfect title because if you see there, the top one, the ethnobotany, leaf anatomy, essential oil chemistry, and antimicrobial activity of Taronia camphorata. This paper was rejected as uninteresting and not really relevant to other scientists. Exact title, perfectly correct, because all the aspects of what we studied is reflected there. The ethnobotanist was happy. The anatomist was happy. Everyone was happy that their part of the paper was directly addressed. But then we decided, oh, wait a minute. What is this paper really about? It's really about discovering an ancient remedy that no one understood up to now. For the first time, we discovered the Nama name for this plant and where it came from and so on. And we tried to then emphasize the global significance of the paper. So we changed it to San and Nama. You may know those people are the most ancient people on earth, most ancient culture, potentially going back to 160,000 years. Imagine the cumulative effect of 160,000 years of in situ experimentation with plants. That's what makes South Africa so special. And so we emphasize that subject, that it's San and Nama indigenous knowledge. In the case of Kora, Taronia, and its medicinal use. And this impressed the reviewers tremendously. So we got very, compliments for the paper. It was the editor's choice for that year, and we had a photo on the front cover. So just a slight change of emphasis and the change of title can be quite dramatic. So one's got to think very clearly about the title, because the title should also reflect the uniqueness of the paper and not so much what's inside it. The story, the message. I'm trying to, can you just please, because this thing doesn't seem to work. Okay, the second step. Let's go back one, please. The second step is to decide early on on co-authors and the order of co-authors. So it stands to reason that the person who wrote the first draft should ideally be the first author. That is scientific protocol. And so in my case, I always have the student, PhD or MSc student, as the first author. I insist on the first author, on the student writing the first draft. Even if it's not very good, the first attempt should, with some help and support, should always be that of the student in order to justify the position as first author. Okay. And then you often have the person who did most of the work is in any case the first author in that case. And the senior person normally takes the last position. Some countries and some people, you know, have these token authors, someone who provided funding or someone who is politically maybe good to add to your paper. That is not correct. That is fraudulent. All authors should make a substantial contribution to the intellectual content of the paper. If not, they can go to acknowledgements. Okay, so the next point 3. Actually, there's the next slide explains it. There is a real example of a paper. The first author there is the PhD student, did most of the work, wrote the first rough draft. The topic is part of a wider study by the last author, the PhD promoter. The second author is a collaborator, senior academic, guided the antimicrobial lab work, helped to edit the microbial aspect. The third author was a postdoc, junior academic, isolated the main compounds identified. And the last author is the promoter, conceptualized the study, provided the infrastructure, wrote the final paper. So that is typically the pattern, the best way. Then the third step, our previous speaker has talked on this already, decide on the best journal for the paper. It can always be changed later. So whenever you start with a study and you aim to publish it, it's a waste of time to try and make a preliminary figure, a preliminary table. No. Decide early on, with the advice of your more experienced people, what journal to aim for. Where you read the scope of the journal very, very carefully to see if your paper will fit into it. In many cases, you can know beforehand that the paper should fit there. Now, remember, this paper is still in the conceptual phase. The choice of journal is critical. And in rare occasions, if you make some fantastic, unexpected discovery, you can try and aim for a higher impact journal. But in general, we stick to what we have. We don't put a mediocre or let's say not an unexciting discovery in a top journal. It won't fly. So you adapt your ambition with the level of originality of your paper. Because low impact factor papers can be excellent. There are some really excellent papers. In my field, taxonomy, botany taxonomy, these papers are typically not cited very much. And so taxonomy papers typically have a very low impact. The top quality taxonomy papers typically have a very low impact because people don't cite the name of the author. If you describe a new species, the idea is actually that the author behind the scientific name should be cited, but that doesn't happen. It's abbreviated and it's used, but it's not picked up by the citation search engines. Okay, so decide on the best journal. That's critically important. And of course, you read the instructions for authors and you start, if you make your table, immediately you use the format of that journal. It saves time later on. Okay, next slide. So now the next step is then to gather your data, to do the work, basically. And the first thing is the sampling. So you can't have, you pick up a plant here on the campus and you study it and you claim that this species now has this and this property. It's not correct because your sampling is not representative. A species it comprises many populations over a wide geographical area. And we know in nature that populations differ tremendously in their chemistry and in their activities. So in order to make a claim for a species, for example, you need to sample a geographically representative sample of the different populations before you can start making claims about this being typical for the species. In a garden situation like on campus, the tree gets water all the time. So the properties may be completely different to what you find in nature. Just an example of sampling, the importance of sampling, adequate sampling. And then, you know, the chemists among you, you have this thing of, maybe stepping on toes now. You have this thing of phytochemical tests. It is like trying to publish thin layer chromatography results. It's a nice tool. We use it all the time, but we don't use it for publications. We use it to guide our first efforts towards understanding, to see the pattern, to say, oh, there's some nice big spots here on the TLC plate. Let's isolate these compounds. Let's go to the LCMS machine. Phytochemical tests now have a very bad name because it's totally unreliable. False positives, false negatives. This is where you subject your extract to different chemical compounds, and through the color reaction, you claim that there's no alkaloids or there's no flavonoids and so on. Forget about that. No reputable journal will publish that. I can guarantee you. Nowadays, on our campus everywhere, sophisticated technology is available to do a proper study. LCMS, GCMS, and all of those, or NMR as the idea. You know, little things in the lab from my experience. If you just randomly number your samples 1 to 10, so let's say you have 10 different plant species. And then later on you say, oh, but you know, which is which now? I forgot. It's always good to have a system. So from my young days, I used to always label things alphabetically or in some logical way. So if there's any doubt, I would say, okay, but it must be that because I always label my samples in alphabetical order. If I get samples from different people, I label them according to the surnames and the names of the people, alphabetical. Just a little hint. The main thing about science, as you may know, and publishing is novelty. Novelty. You cannot possibly publish something that's not new. It will be rejected. There's one little tick box in Elsevier's journals that says, sorry, your paper is rejected due to the following reason or reasons. Check. Lack of novelty, right? So that is, no AI can give you novelty. It comes from here. No AI can be that creative. So it's still the human insight and the human experience. And that is where your senior academics should play a role in guiding you and giving you the ideas to say that is something, that plant has never been studied before, or this aspect is worth to explore. And you should always look out for unexpected results, because that's often the key to something interesting. So for example, I worked a lot on cancer bush, Sutherlandia. And it was absolutely frustrating because we through LCMS, we could see 56 main saponins, 56 main saponins. And so, I mean, it's nice, but it's frustrating. It's much nicer to get only 2 or 3. So you can use column chromatography, you can isolate them, and you can, you know, describe them. So the easy solution or the easy result is often not as exciting as the more complicated one, but it will require more work. That's the problem. Okay, the next slide. So we are now at the gathering of the data. Now we've got the data. Now we write the first preliminary draft. Now I learned that AI can do it. That's fine, but I'm not so sure. But if you use AI as a tool, then I think it'll be wonderful. Like finding out the Portuguese and French papers in the African literature that's maybe missed. So if it's a tool and if you can double check everything, then I think it has a huge potential. One of my PhD students wrote a review paper on the genus Salvia, sage. It's the stuff you put in sausages or put in your food, sage, sali. And if you use salvia as a hit word in Scopus and wherever, you get, I think, about 25,000 papers. So now how to write a review on salvia if you have to, even reading 25,000 abstracts will keep you busy for a long, long time. So that, I think, is where AI comes into play to summarize for you the content of 25,000 papers. And then you can pick out the ones that are really important, because no one can study 25,000. And I think this will happen more and more as the science expands tremendously. Most famous plants have thousands and thousands of papers. Where to begin? Most people stop at looking at the latest review, but very often the old papers give you some interesting ideas that or they overlooked because they haven't been captured by the search engines. And so how to write. Now, firstly, you read the guide to authors. That will be quite helpful. And often journals have a template, right? So you can use a template. It makes your life easier. But then, so firstly, you complete the tables and figures. You've got the data. Now you transfer the data into logical tables and figures, because that is what you will be writing about. Then you have one concept per paragraph and one idea per sentence. So that is a very common mistake by beginners. They try to put in everything in one sentence. You rather make 2 or 3 short sentences. Each sentence should have only one idea and one concept per paragraph. So a paragraph can be a short sentence also, sometimes, under exceptional circumstances. Okay. The one thing that I always recommend is if you write a draft paper, a draft of your paper, you must do it ideally in one session and just write everything down, whether it's crooked or not exactly correct or not good or whatever. Just get it finished. Just spit it out, so to speak, right? Because you will see after a few minutes you gain momentum and you start getting into it and you start writing. If you start with the first sentence and you want to make it perfect, you'll spend the rest of the day working on that sentence and not getting to the story. Because remember, paper is like a story. So please first tell the story, and even if it's very rough. And then you can later modify and improve the story. But and I think you will find that this is good advice because it speeds up the whole process. So it mustn't, the first draft mustn't be perfect, it must be finished, right? The first draft mustn't be perfect, it must be finished. You know the pressure on you, you have to hand in on the 31st of October and your paper, you know, yeah, we all have deadlines. Huh? Okay, so the suggested order of writing a paper. First, materials and methods, because that's sort of logical and it's very clear. Don't copy and paste from your previous paper, even if it's the same methods. Try and change the wording a little bit at least. So Turnitin doesn't pick it up so clearly. Then the results. First of all, the data. As I said, first the tables and the figures. Complete those, because looking at them, if it's good figures, will inspire you to tell the story of what are this figure And this table is supposed to tell us, right? And then the text, then the discussion, then the introduction, because that's normally literature based, and then the abstract. Plagiarism, obviously, check the text of the co-authors. You may not plagiarize, but your co-authors may, so please be careful. And acknowledge all sources of funding and persons who helped with in some way or another. Not making an intellectual contribution, but those that helped in some way or another, providing maybe samples for you and so on. Then write a revised edition. Now you've got your preliminary draft. This is mostly where I come in. Now I make a revision as the mentor or as the professor to help the younger, inexperienced students. The first thing you do is you check the references. So what I normally do, especially if it's a long paper with many references, I select all the references, copy and paste it into a separate file, change the font size to 8 points or 5 points to save paper. We're all worried about the planet. And then I print out those references to make it on as few sheets as possible. And then I read through the paper and tick off every reference in the text. Tick it off. And when I'm through, I check which of those references did not get a tick. Or the other way around. Things in the paper that's not listed in the references. That's the most common mistake. As a reviewer, if I see that, I say, no, forget it. Too much work. Sorry. Forget it. So this is work. This is real work. But if you don't do it, you're lazy. Huh? And a lazy So check your references. You save the copy editor a lot of time. And if the reviewer checks and does not find a single error in this area, it will give you halfway towards acceptance. I'm telling you. Because what does it tell to the reviewer? It tells to the reviewer, I'm a careful person. You can trust my data because probably I took the same care with my experiments and with my data. There's only one way to do a proper job. Come on. Huh? We want to do a proper job. And if you want to publish, you have to aim high. You have to adapt. You have to change yourself. Huh? To take on the challenge. Improve the style. That maybe a language editor can help a little bit, or your supervisor can help a little bit. Eliminate all errors and inconsistencies. Eliminate all errors and inconsistencies. So look at your reference list. You say Smith and Black. You can say A and D and, or you can put an ampersand. Elsevier doesn't like the ampersand. Check it. Sometimes you don't have an and, you just have commas. You should check one thing at a time right through your reference list. That's for the consistency. If you're inconsistent, the reviewer will say, yeah, this person is very doubtful whether we can believe this data because there's inconsistency. I'm very much in doubt that the data that was gathered one day was done in the same way as the next day because this person is inconsistent. Already a red flag. So what we do is we look at the full stops, the surname, comma, A, full stop, B, full stop, etc. We check right through that that's all correct. Then we go to the date. There's no bracket around the date, or yes, there's a bracket around the date, right? Check all of them. Then the title, it's in quotation marks or it's not in quotation marks. It must be all the same. Are the scientific names italics or not italics? Check all the scientific names in the paper, in the reference list, and mark those that should be italics, and so on, right? Is the journal, should it be abbreviated or not? If abbreviated, check the international list of abbreviations and make sure that every single journal is abbreviated in the correct way. It's work, it's real work. But if you're lazy, you don't deserve to be published. Huh? And then the last thing is normally you can also add the URL for the DOI number, right? How you can pick it up online. You can add that. If it's a website, you should add the URL, and then when you opened it, when you read it, assessed, and the date. That's the modern way. Okay. Do not write justify the text. You are not a typesetter, right? So if you write justify your document, it's impossible to pick up extra. Actually, I'm not talking, it's not true nowadays, because nowadays Google will show you if there's an extra space, a little blue underlining, right? But before then, we used to have a problem with right adjustment, because the right adjustment stretches the text, the letters apart. So you won't pick up if there's an extra space. So normally we don't need to write justify unless the journal wants it. Check that the font type and font size are consistent throughout. That's also a worrying thing for a reviewer. If you say this is now Times New Roman and the next paragraph is in Arial, I think to myself, where was this copied from? Because it's not the same font, right? So make sure that you select the whole document and say, okay, all Arial or all Calibri. Some journals prefer certain font types that you will find in the instructions to authors. Check that the font type and font size are consistent. Okay. Sometimes you see some letters are smaller, some are bigger. It's sloppy. You must fix it. Huh? It's not good. You don't, it's not your job to make the paper look nice. You choose one font type, one font size. It's up to the copy editor of the journal to make it look nice. It's not your job. You're the author, not the typesetter. Check the text references. I've already mentioned this. One by one. Then you send the manuscript, the final manuscript, to all authors for their comments. And then in the meantime, they thought about it and they say, oh no, let's add this, or that should be changed, or whatever. So that you must have all the authors happy with the final version before you submit. It's an ethical obligation to you. You can't just assume everyone's not happy with your paper. You'll get in deep trouble with me if you publish something and I haven't seen it. Huh? You can't do that. It's not correct. And get a language editor or an English native speaker to correct grammar in case you're not good with English. As many people are. You can find help with that. Okay, and then number 7, the last. If I lectured to you, you would know I always arrange things in 7s. You know why? It's easy to remember. How many days are there in a week? Why is that? Because as soon as you reach 8, it becomes difficult to remember. It's a human thing. So if you calculate the average number of species per genus, it's 7. There's a lot of, it's the human mind can handle 7 comparisons at the same time. Okay, so you put the paper in a drawer. Now it's finished. Huh? Now you put it in the paper. You forget about it for at least a week. You don't look at it again. It's an absolute mistake to finish the paper and all the authors agree. Now you send it. And now you have the PDF and you check and say, oh my goodness, what did I do? Yeah, terrible. Huh? But remember, you click the final submit button already. Now you're in trouble. No? And in the meantime, after a week, you read it again, you say, but hey, what about that aspect? Huh? I missed the wonder of this paper. I made so it's very important to get some distance between you and the paper for your subconscious mind to work on it. Huh? And you will be surprised how many improvements, how many things you suddenly realize that you can add or that you can improve. you like the title. You can say, our initial title no longer fits the paper. Huh? We found new things that we never anticipated. So we need to change the title. I've seen so many papers where I can see it's the original title, but the paper is not about that. It's about something else. Huh? So you have to reconsider the title. Even if you do a PhD, it's the same story. You have to make an official application for a title change, not so. Why? Because your end result may be completely different. They say in science, if you know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it. In science, if you know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it. Huh? It's just the idea that to discover something, you must. Okay, is it still the best choice of journal? Maybe you've made a fantastic new discovery and you want to aim for science or for nature. What can be done to make the paper more internationally relevant? Okay, so there's so many review papers these days that are really not very good. Huh? Because people think if you summarize what is in the literature, that's enough. But there's no conclusions. So the criterion of originality applies also to a review paper. The review paper must give new insights. Something new must be there. If you just say what everyone else said, it's not new and it will be rejected. And so you have to interpret maybe a trend. Maybe you see that there's more and more papers on this, but that aspect is left behind. Or to make a review really valuable, you have to consider the international authors. Now, if you write a review on some South African plant growing on a mountain somewhere, how do you expect to get citations? No one works on that plant. No one knows the plant. And so the journal will be very hesitant to publish this, although it may be very nice. But the journal also needs some citations. And you need to be read as an author. So you want other people to read your work. Now, if you work only on very obscure topics, no one will read your papers. And it's not a good career choice for you. What new ideas and new insights have emerged? So for the South African Journal of Botany, I prepared a document, which is now part of the scope or the instructions for authors, where they have certain questions. If you submit a review paper, you have to say, how many papers have you published on this topic? Because normally a reviewer is someone that's an authority on that topic. You can't have a junior person with no experience writing a review paper, because you need to know the topic in depth before you write a review paper. The other question would be, what international impact will the conclusions have? What is original about this paper? What is novel about it? And so on. To try and improve the quality of review papers, because people think it's an easy way to get a paper in. Maybe on some of the publishing houses you can get away with it, but I don't think with Elsevier you will not get away with it. What new ideas, what new insights? Are there any inconsistencies once again? Your paragraphs, are they correctly structured, the same everywhere? Is your fonts, your indentations the same as required by the journal, etc.? Do you repeat some things? Sometimes people say the same thing twice. You must check out for that. Is there a better way to say it? And so on. Okay. I think that is more or less the process of preparing a paper with a very high degree of success, probability of success, if you follow these recommendations. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So after the paper is written, and now you're ready for submission. First thing, you write a cover letter to the editor of the journal. You say, Professor so-and-so, editor-in-chief of so-and-so journal. Dear sir, or dear madam, I hereby submit a paper entitled written by so-and-so and so. And then you motivate why this paper should be accepted. You should emphasize to the editor that this is something that no one has ever done before. You have discovered some really remarkable things. In your judgment, this paper, because there are a lot of scientists working on this topic, your type paper will be well cited. You see, you have to sell yourself. You can't just expect to say, if you have no interest in your own paper, then how would other people be interested in your paper? So it's a very good idea to point out the novelty of the paper, why it is important for that journal to publish. You can also maybe even motivate why you think it perfectly fits the scope of the journal. In the case of South African Journal of Botany, I will say, this is one of the beautiful enigmatic genera of South African plants, and the South African Journal of Botany is the best place to publish this information, for example. And then the second step is to write the highlights. And that's a trick. In the case of Elsevier, your highlights, including spaces, should be a maximum of 85 letters, 85 spaces, letters and spaces, 85. So it's very difficult to make 3 to 5 highlights from your paper with only those limited number of words. It's an art, and you can maybe look at examples and see how it can be done. It's always possible. It's one of the things that, if I'm a reviewer, I look at this and I write a whole paragraph for a highlight. I just say, please, your paper is not conforming to the instructions for authors. Send it back to the author. You have to be, you have to follow those instructions of authors, to authors. Then you organize all the files. Now you have many files. You have the cover letter, you have the highlights, you have the graphical abstract. Oh yeah, I'll show you a graphical abstract just now. So most journals nowadays require of you to have a picture summarizing the main findings of your paper in a very specific format. So that you have to do. And then you have typically the manuscript, and then you have tables, separate tables, table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, figure 1, figure 2, figure 3, figure 4, all as separate files. You submit them all as separate files. Some journals prefer nowadays to have the tables and figures inserted into the manuscript, but only for the review process. Once the review is finished, you have to submit those tables and figures separate anyway. So I think it's easier to just, submit them straight away. It's important to keep open files. So what we normally do, we make a PDF, but you can't work with a PDF. So keep the open file in your file on your computer. So if you have to make changes, you can easily make it later. If you lose the open file, then you're in trouble. And then submit to the journal. That's the next step. Keep a PDF of the original submission for future reference. Your manuscript must be error-free to make sure that you will succeed. And then normally you get then feedback from the reviewers. They say, yes, we provisionally accept this paper pending minor revision or major revision, and then you have to improve the paper. That's typical for practically all papers. Very rare to find your paper is perfect, we accept it. No, always there's some sensible suggestions. If you're a young scientist, you get terribly upset with these arrogant reviewers that tell me how useless my paper is, how terrible it is, and you lose confidence in yourself, and you end up doing a job that you don't want to do because you've taken the reviewer to heart. It's happened to a famous botanist in South Africa. I won't name the professor, who heavily criticized the first attempt at the publication, and she never ever published a single paper after this. But she became a famous botanist of South Africa by concentrating on collecting plant species, knowing almost every plant in the Cape And immediately seeing this plant is new, it doesn't have a name, and she collected it. Her name is Elsie Esterhuizen at UCT. She made a wonderful career of specializing in collecting plants and knowing plants, but never ever wrote anything. So don't take the reviewers to heart. Some of them are cruel. We don't have that philosophy in UJ. I think maybe I shouldn't say that. In some countries, you have this idea that you must throw the student into the deep end and they swim or they sink. I think if I have that philosophy at UJ, they will fire me immediately, because I presume that I get my salary from trying to help people, huh? Not to intimidate them. I remember the first year's chemistry in I shouldn't have said Stellenbosch, but I did. The professor said, the chemistry professor said to us, class of 300 students, look left, look right. Only one out of the three of you will pass at the end of the year. What a terrible thing to say. He could have added, up to now, that is true, but I will try my best this year to make it at least 2 or 3, if not 3 of 3. I will try my best. So I want your cooperation because I'm going to try my best. That's a better approach. And the same in the academic world. People are jealous, people are cruel, and I've had many, many cruel reviews as a young person. But I always try to look very carefully if there's anything useful that I can, and you will be surprised. Even in very harsh reviews, you'll find certain wisdoms or certain very valuable suggestions. So it's always good to ignore your feelings and to focus on what you can improve in your paper and to try your best to be open to that and not to take it to heart. Life is tough. Huh? You can't be too sensitive. Don't be too sensitive. Okay. But then the revision, you have to carefully consider every comment. So what I do as a matter of routine, I copy all the comments of the reviewers, copy paste into a Word file, right? Reviewer 1, all his comments. Reviewer 2, all his comments. And then I go for each and every one. They say, we enjoyed this aspect of your paper, so. It doesn't require any reaction, but I would say, thank you for the compliment, right? And I highlight that in yellow. So I highlight all my answers in a different color to the original. So the editor of the journal can immediately see my reaction to each and every comment. So you can say, for example, they say on line 121, there's a spelling mistake, and then you can just say corrected, and so on. See, every single comment from the reviewer must be addressed. If you do not agree, sometimes we do not agree with the reviewer, the first strategy is to try and please the reviewer. So if he says that aspect is not clear, you're a young man, yeah? You say, my writing is clear. What is he talking about? Huh? Then you have to think carefully and say, how can I make it a little more clearer? And then your response should not be, I think it's clear enough. No. You say, I have modified the wording a little bit to make it more clear, and I hope it's now clearer. See, even if you only made a slight change, it's a better strategy than to say, I refuse to change that. And so on. So I think it's very important for the editor to immediately see your attitude, that your attitude was in tune with the reviewers. You wanted to improve your paper and you appreciate the time and the effort spent by the reviewers, because I get many reviews and it's really hard work. It's keeping me away from playing bowls, and it's keeping me away from playing with the dog and from my garden, and I can hardly make time now for fishing. So it's terrible. So please appreciate it if you're an author, okay? And then you write the revision and so on and so. And then you submit the revision with a new cover letter, and you submit typically 2 manuscripts. The one showing nowadays track changes, right? To show what you have changed. Or you can just highlight the changes in yellow, and then you have a so-called clean copy or a clean manuscript where all the track changes have been accepted and where the thing is now perfect. And it's good to check, especially for spacing, because when we use track changes, we often make little errors. And only when you accept all the track changes, then you realize, oh, but there's extra spaces here, or this has changed, or that. So just proofread your final clean copy again. And then the last 7 steps, the proofs. Check carefully the proofs, because now they send you a proof, what the pages will look like. And if you're not careful, if you're not wide awake, you may find errors there. Even Elsevier copy editors sometimes make quite serious mistakes. They leave out a figure, or they swap the 2 captions for the figures around. So you have to be careful. It happens in all journals. So make sure that you proofread very, very carefully. Ask all your co-authors to proofread, help proofread. Here's just an example of a graphical abstract. It was actually remarkable, sharing with you one of our discoveries. Kaapse rhinoceros bush, one of the most common Cape bushes. The local people told me in the Karoo, if you have a foot odor problem, you just put a few twigs in your shoes and your problem is solved. Huh? So in some countries, people say, old people, what do they know? It's old-fashioned nonsense, beliefs or what. So we cultivated the bacteria responsible for foot odor, and we subjected it to crude extracts of rhinoceros. And as you can see there, the rhinoceros was 100 times more effective at killing those bacteria than the active ingredient in foot powder. Think about it. 100 times more active in killing foot odor bacteria than the active ingredient in foot powder. We made no connection to commerce. Maybe that was a mistake, because it's glaringly obvious that in the year 5 or 10 or 20 years' time, we will have natural deodorants based on rhinoceros. I have little doubt about that, but it needs a long road of further work, applied work. So we're only working in the discovery phase of things. Okay, so I think there's one more slide, if I'm not mistaken. Steps after the paper is written and ready for submission. No, we've done this. I think that was the last slide. Am I correct? Oh, what to do and not to do. Yes, there's a final part. Am I still okay with time? Huh? I should stop. I can easily stop. Tell me. Is it? Our hour is gone. Huh? Carry on. Okay, is there consensus? Oh, okay. Quickly, to do and not to do. Do find a gap in our knowledge. Do formulate a research question. Do make a short and striking title. Do not simply repeat what others have done. Do not make the title too long. Be correct, fair, and generous when determining authors. Don't make yourself always the first author. No, there's a certain protocol. Do not include authors who did not contribute. Do not wait too long for author decisions. Best journal, carefully consider the scope of potential journals. This is critical to failure or success, because you will get your paper back saying it's out of scope. Our journal does not publish this. You're wasting your time. And it also shows a lack of insight. Do not submit modest results to high impact journals. Submit to inappropriate journals. And the experimental work, accurate, objective, thorough, ethical, tables and figures in the required format. Do not make shortcuts. Do not do sloppy work. Do not be biased towards the required results. It's called confirmation bias, right? So some people say, okay, if we, let's leave out that column in the data, then it will look much better. That's fraudulent. You can't do that. You have to be objective. You have to be honest. Okay, next slide. There, write the first preliminary draft. Write the first rough draft in one session. Get the data ready first. Do not waste time to write a perfect text. Do not copy text from others or from own papers. That's called plagiarism. And it's a lethal sin in science. A revised edition, check for consistency. Eliminate all errors and inconsistencies. Involve co-authors. Do not write justify the text. Make errors of fact or logic. The only reason why your paper, if it's a very, very good paper, can be rejected is if there are errors of fact or logic. And I've had once a paper that I thought was very good, and it turned out to have been very good, and it was rejected by 2 reviewers. And I wrote to the editor and I say, if you can find a single error of fact or logic in my paper, then reject it. If you cannot find a single error of fact or logic, then please publish it. And they published it. And it had many citations. And it was still standing today as the correct truth of that topic. So sometimes you have to put the paper in a drawer. Remember that one. You get distance. Don't immediately rush to submit. First, make sure that you have a perfect manuscript. Leave time for that. Do not submit the paper directly after writing it. Submit it without do not submit with mistakes. It's a critical thing. Make it as perfect as you possibly can. Okay, and then just for fun a little bit. Firstly, in academia, when I was a young person, you had to publish. So they didn't even worry where you publish. You can publish in the newspaper, you can publish in a magazine, that's fine. Or you didn't really have to publish. Huh? If you knew the vice chancellor, that would be okay. Don't worry. Then we have the phase, and I see some people smiling, the elderly amongst us. Publish or perish was the next thing. Now we suddenly have to publish. Huh? I knew right from the beginning when I came here in 1985, when I was still writing my papers with my hand, and then the typist typed it on a typewriter that time. And then I asked the head of department, please, may I get a PC, a personal computer? And he said, what? A computer for you alone? Huh? Only for you. What about other people? Huh? No, forget it. So I had to motivate 3 years to get my PC. And then, of course, the technology is wonderful. Huh? Imagine if I still had to write my papers. And I think we should view AI in the same way. We shouldn't be like the head of department to reject AI and say, no, it's fraud with difficulty. It's not the way we used to do it. No. I already pointed out potential I see in AI. It's a tool. It's like the PC. The PC cannot be creative. It's just a machine. It's just doing what you're doing quicker. And so we have to consider the potential of AI. And I think they are, as I said, large reviews or language-based knowledge that may have fell through the cracks. Because the French and the Spanish, they're quite proud of their language. And they publish lots of papers that we may miss. Okay, and then the next step, was published in high impact journals or perish. That's another thing now. If you want to become a professor, you have to publish in top journals. You can't have all these, what they call tissue papers, right? And then you have, lastly, publish frequently in high impact journals, and maybe you will not perish. So with that, I hope I gave some insight into my own personal journey of publishing and publishing papers. And I wish all of you many papers in good journals. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There was a request for a prize. Let me think what I can dream up from my lecture. It was so clear that everyone should be able to answer all the questions I can imagine. Questions later. We just want to finish this. There was a request for me to make a competition, right? Is that still true? Okay. So, oh, I see. Right. So, why is it, well, if there's more than one answer, then I'll have to find another one. Give me 2 reasons why it's good to arrange your memory matter in groups of 7. Too many. Okay, who was first? Put your hands down, please. Put your hands down, please. Okay, put your hands up. Let's see if he is correct. He was first. I promise you. No, I did.
It's good to arrange your memory matters in groups of 7 because you suggested that the brain works in that way. So once you go above 7, it becomes difficult to remember. And then, yeah.
2 reasons.
I mean, if I guess 7 is manageable on 1 page if I were to make up a second reason.
Let's. He wants to try. It's actually, you're overthinking it.
Yeah.
I think you're actually right, but you're overthinking it slightly.
I think you said, remember that there are 7 days of the week. The 8th days become complicated.
Yeah.
So 7, that's why you, as an 8, 7 will always be the number that is, good to go for.
That's the second reason, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll share
I
the
think he
prize
deserves
1-1.
the prize.
Thank you, Professor. Very enjoyable discussion about the publishing journey, and we appreciate your advice from the editor's desk. Thank you. So we've got a slight bonus presentation in now, which will be delivered by myself. It wasn't mentioned in the program, but my colleague decided, you know what, he's behaved himself today, so maybe he can have a few minutes just to have the presentation. As soon as we get the screen back up, then we'll be able to go through that. So share directly from here. That one. And it's not okay. Perfect. So everyone can share my screen or see my screen. I know those in the room can definitely see it. I'm sure online they can as well. I just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about what we call the transformative agreement. That's an agreement that Elsevier has between Elsevier and the South African National Library and Information Consortium called SANLIC, who represent the University and Research Council libraries in South Africa. The reason why this is topical is because we're going to be looking at how does the agreement support publishing open access in Elsevier's journals. So pre the transformative agreement, universities in South Africa had subscriptions to Elsevier journals via a collection of journals called the Freedom Collection, which allowed users in the library communities to read the journals. Starting in 2023, the agreement became a transformative agreement, and that's when the two services of reading and publishing became combined into one single agreement that in the end resulted in the ability for authors from South African universities and research councils to publish open access in Elsevier journals without the need to pay a separate APC, because those fees were covered in the single combined agreement. You'll see in the table that actually the number of APCs included in the agreement grows over time. And the reason for that is over time, we naturally expect that more publications will be published each year by South African authors. And to the next slide, I just wanted to show you a couple of screenshots from what we call the agreement homepage. This is a website where you can go and you can get all the different details that you may need about the transformative agreement. The link is here. We'll share the slides afterwards. But what's really important is that this is a vital website for getting all the information you need about where to publish, what journals are included, if your university is a participating member, etc. But do not forget, and this is very important, do not forget that you can always check with your library as well. So check with the library if you're unsure about anything. They have many experts on this topic. Ivy is one of them. Pavlenka, for example, from the Faculty of Sciences can also help you. So there's always someone that you can talk to if you're unsure or if you can't, for whatever reason, find the answer on this website. On the processes tab, it takes you through 5 different steps of what happens when you submit your paper. There's also a tab to show you which institutions are covered, which journals are covered. And if you click, for example, on that blue button via the website, it opens up a page where you can search for all the participating journals via subject area or via the name. So that I find very useful. And then if you wanted more information about what is open access, you can visit this website here, where you can even watch a video that will summarize the different topics around open access and why it is important. I also wanted to mention a program that we have currently running. It's called the Geographic Pricing Pilot. And this is an effort from Elsevier to be more equitable in pricing of APCs in gold journals. So what the program does is it groups together 143 journal titles that are gold open access, and South African authors receive an up to 55% discount if they choose to publish in that journal. The discount is worked out based on the economic indicators per country globally. So there are some countries that receive a higher discount than others. In South Africa, it's up to a 55% discount. Lucia's covered this topic in a lot more detail than I will right now, but it's always quite nice just to show you publications by subject area. This is from 2015 to 2024, so really quite a long time frame, 9 years, but that's showing the different broad subject categories where South African authors are publishing research in. And Science Direct, the database that we have as Elsevier, our journals cater to all those different subject areas. So we're able to support you with reading the content that you need to read, but also the ability to publish in journals that are relevant to your field of interest. Right, so 170 countries have read articles published by South African authors between 2020 and 2024. These are articles that were published in Elsevier journals and available on Science Direct. So really taking South African research to the world. And we saw, of course, in the presentation earlier on, that there is a lot of collaboration among South African authors with institutions globally. On the point of open access and just looking at some growth trajectory, if we could call it that, we can see that in hybrid journals, there has been a very steep growth in the number of articles that were published, especially between 2023 and 2024. And that's as the transformative agreement came in, it allowed authors the chance to publish hybrid OA without the need for paying an APC fee. And you can see that similarly, as the one grows, the number of subscription articles starts to decline. And that was it from me. So now we're going to ask Dineshri to come and give us just a few more tips about the publishing process and where you can find more information with regards to Elsevier products and training and things like that. Thanks, Dee.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last presentation for the day, the Scholar's Shortcut, Smart Strategies to Getting Published. So my name is Dineshri Modli. I'm the Customer Success Manager for Elsevier South Africa, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Elsevier and speak a little bit about publishing. Most of what I would have said was already well covered by Professor Ben, but I'm going to, I think, speak a little bit more on the technical side of things and give you some information that you might not be aware of. So these are some of the functions that publishers perform, and Elsevier is one of the world's most well-known publishers. And today we're here doing this capacity development event to reach out to researchers and librarians and share information. We also hoped that this event will be an opportunity to collaborate and network with each other. So we want to also share a little bit about what it is that publishers do. And these are some of the functions where publishers are responsible for managing and tracking submissions, recruiting editors, establishing infrastructure and systems, journal launches, managing the peer review process, capacity development like today's event, and much more. So I'm going to talk about some of the other functions in the upcoming slides, but these are some of the main functions of the publisher. So the global publication output has grown at an exponential rate, and we expect this to continue to grow with the introduction of generative AI and smart AI technology. This is a graph that shows you the growth up to 2023. It says the CAGR is 3.4% annual growth, and it put article output at 2023 at around 4.5 million articles. But now we know by 2024 that has reached 5 million articles. So that's a lot of research that's published annually, and that increases the amount of research that researchers would need to go through, read when they're doing their literature review. With the introduction of generative AI tools like commonly we all know ChatGPT, we expect the scientific literature that is published to grow even more by 4.10% annually, with a doubling time that was expected to be 17.3 years. But with this new technology, we expect that doubling time to be reduced to 12.6 years. And maybe the next time I present the slide, that will be reduced even further, because we know that AI is a tool that learns and grows at its own rate. So a little bit more about Elsevier. Annually, Elsevier receives about 3.5 million research paper submissions. And of that number, about 720,000 become published articles. That's as of 2024. That would mean the other articles did not go through to publication, but those articles are still received by us and must be managed in the publishing process. Elsevier is also responsible for publishing 17% of the global research output. And when articles are published with Elsevier, they become live on sciencedirect.com, which is the database that you all might be familiar with. This platform sees about 20 million monthly unique visitors. It hosts more than 3,000 peer-reviewed journals, 890 open access journals, and 3.8 million open access articles. So I say all this to explain that when an article goes onto this platform, it gets enriched even further. We make a lot of additions to the article to make that article discoverable to the right reader. So the one part of publishing research is that you want to get published. The other part is that you want to be seen by the right audience. And the more you interact with articles on Science Direct, you'll start to see the features that are offered on the article. Like for instance, if you are the corresponding author, your contact details will be available on the article, as well as a list of your publications, whether they were published by Elsevier or not. So we kind of link you, because if this author has published a paper that you've read and you're interested in, it's likely that they have published other articles of a similar subject or a similar topic. So it saves you that little bit of time of trying to look that up, because the publications will be available for you. Additionally, in the article itself, there are topic pages that will link you to book chapters, making the authors of books and book chapters work more visible and discoverable when a reader is looking for it. We make this process seamless and interchangeable, and this is why Science Direct is such a well-used database. So the question is, why do academics publish research? And I think Professor has already covered this, but why I go back to this is because it forms the basis for answering several other questions. So they want to contribute to knowledge, they want to solve real life problems for career advancement and academic promotions, for attaining funding and grants, recognition and reputation, because a strong publication record builds reputation in academia, and a strong citation record enhances visibility, for collaboration, and to influence policy, like my colleague demonstrated earlier on in her presentation with the SciVal report, how important South African publications are in influencing global policies, not just in South Africa. So the first tip that I have is to learn how to create an effective search string or use an AI database. Now at UJ, they do have Scopus AI available. So this part of creating an effective search string is no longer so important to them, because they can interact with the tool. But if you are from a university that does not have that, then it's important that you learn how to generate an effective Boolean search string. Because one of the most time-consuming processes for researchers is finding relevant literature. You spend hours looking for the right paper that you want to read, reference, and will influence your research. On average, that takes a researcher about 14 hours a week. And we can imagine, like I prefaced in this presentation, with more publications coming out with the enhancement of technology, this is going to be an even more loaded process. It takes 35% of their time just to read research articles, to read chapters. And this is a very strenuous process as well. But learning how to create a good search string, an effective search string that will yield you relevant results, will cut down this time considerably. And I know with my experience, when I receive queries from researchers, they often send this to the librarian to do the search string for them. But it's a good tool to have in your toolbox to know how to do it on your own, because you can continually adapt that search string once it's created. You can also set alerts to the search string. You can download it. You can make your reference list from that. So it's a good skill to learn. When you are also going through this process of trying to discover literature, you still need to deem whether that literature is trustworthy. One of the tests that's used is the CRAP test, which stands for currency, relevance, authority, accuracy, and purpose. So imagine that you have all of this research that you have to get through, but you still have to validate the research as well, because you're going to reference this. You're going to base your work on what you have found. So you need to be able to deem whether this is a trustworthy piece of literature or not. And to do that, you have to look at the date of publication. That would be the currency. Relevance is how important is this information for your task, for your research and your needs. Authority means that you have the responsibility to check who is the author of that paper and what are their credentials. Do they work for a reputable institution? And was this information published in a peer-reviewed journal? That's very important. That gives you that level of trust. And fortunately, this information is very easily accessible for you on both Science Direct and Scopus. Once you land on an article, you'll be able to interact with it and get that information. Accuracy, how reliable is the information? So Professor already explained about grammar, about spelling errors. If you see an article and you can identify spelling errors in the article, it should be a red flag that you should not be trusting this paper, because that means it went through an editorial process and passed and was published with all of these common mistakes on the paper. And the last thing is purpose. Is it a well-balanced, independent piece of research, or is it intended to sell a product or idea? So these are the 5 different characteristics that you need to check whenever you're looking at a piece of literature that you're going to be using in your research process. So speaking about the Boolean search string, this is an example of what you can get. When you use an academic database, let's say you're using Scopus, but most academic databases work in a similar way. They don't process sentences the way we speak. They process Boolean search strings, keywords. So if you type the sentence in, you'll only get 5 document results out of Scopus. That's incorrect, because there cannot possibly be only 5 documents that were published on the topic of ARVs and HIVs in South Africa that's available on Scopus. The reason you got too few results is because you typed in a sentence. The database cannot digest a sentence unless you have Scopus AI, which is the newer technology. I'm talking about a general academic database. If you improve the search string and you use your Boolean operators, it's really not very difficult to learn how to do this. We have tutorials available for you. For the same sentence, you would have received 18,000 document results. So that means by learning this little tool, you're going to uncover more research. And then if you use your filters, you'll come down to a more workable set of results, which you can eventually filter down into your reference list. And you can save this 273 documents, set your alerts, check the main journals the authors are publishing in, follow those authors. It can lead you to a lot more in terms of literature discovery. Okay, I'm going to skip past this because, like I explained, some universities have it and some don't. But fortunately, okay, maybe I should just say, if you are from UJ and you haven't used this yet, please know that you do have access to this tool. It's a phenomenal tool. Please find it from your A to Z database list, where you'll be able to ask questions. And what's good about Scopus AI is what informs the brain of the AI. It is the Scopus database. So the Scopus database is a database of selection criteria. They've already passed an independent content selection and advisory board review. So the literature that's available on Scopus whenever you do a search is definitely going to be peer-reviewed literature, and is definitely going to be from credible journals. So therefore, when you use Scopus AI, the answers that it's going to give you, it's also going to include references for what it's saying, is going to be coming from that Scopus database. Whereas when you use free AI software that's available publicly, what informs that software is what's available on the World Wide Web. And that can be anything. So when it comes to academia, peer-reviewed is the standard. And you won't know on the free databases if it is a trustworthy piece of literature. Of course, you'll have to do those additional checks. It can be, but it's up to you to deem whether it's trustworthy or not. But when you use a database that does that for you, it additionally saves you that bit of time. To learn how to do an effective Boolean search string, or really learn how to use the database Scopus or ScienceDirect, which you have access to, you can scan the QR code on this slide. I'll also share my slides with you, but this is a free portal where you'll get tutorials, you'll get courses, you'll get free downloadable guides that will show you how to invest a little bit into that skill set to use these databases to your advantage, use them as a partner in research. Okay, also Professor's spoken about finding the right journal. These are some of my considerations for you. It's consider the intended audience for your work. Consider the type of article that you want to publish. So you'll check the guide for authors and see, does it accept short communications? Does it accept full text articles? Does it accept review articles? You'll have to check that. Ask your supervisor and colleagues for good suggestions. Shortlist a handful of candidate journals and investigate them. Read the guide for authors. Check if the journal is invitation only. Check the journal's performance for review and publication timelines, and decide if you want to publish your article, subscription, or open access. Also, if this has not been stressed enough, choose one journal at a time. Simultaneous submissions are prohibited. So if you're intending on publishing open access, make sure that you choose a journal that publishes open access. So you can look up, so my colleague John explained what tools are available for Elsevier and what offers you have for APC waivers. Make sure you check if that journal offers you any waivers and if it covers your aims and scope. We have a free tool to identify a journal for you to publish in. This tool is called the Journal Finder tool. If you come onto this tool and you put in your abstract, it will identify suitable journals for you to publish in. 70% of articles that are submitted get rejected, and most of the time it's because the article is out of scope. So using a tool like this to identify the right journal for you to publish in can help you avoid rejection. It's going to take your abstract, your title, it's going to show you a list of potential journals from Elsevier that you can publish in. And then you can use your filters to determine if you want to publish open access, filter on the open access journals, filter on the ones that you will be able to publish in without paying the APC. I have a little mind map as well in my presentation, which I will share with you. But this is to show you, if you want to publish open access, I know librarians always get this question. I want to publish open access. I don't want to pay the APC. What can I do? So you will first determine if you know where you want to publish. If you don't, then you'll use the Journal Finder tool that I demonstrated. And that will tell you whether the journal accepts open access or not, whether the journal is a fully gold or a hybrid journal. Now, if it's a fully gold journal, John explained the geographical pricing pilot that's available. You have a list of 143 journals where you'll get a 55% discount. But by default, because of the transformative agreement, you'll get a 15% discount. So if you want to publish open access and the APC is your concern, but you want to publish in a gold open access journal, choose one of the ones from this list. However, if you want to publish open access and you don't want to pay the APC, you can choose to publish in any of the more than, I think, 2,800 hybrid titles that are available for you. Then you won't pay the APC at all. How do you see if a journal is open access, if it's subscription, or if it contains open access? The first one has a subtext open access. That means that it's a gold open access journal. These journals are not per se part of the transformative agreement, but we do offer some discounts for those journals. The second one has no subtext. That means it's a subscribed journal and you don't pay to publish in this journal. The third one is a hybrid journal. It says contains open access. So for this one, because of the transformative agreement, you will not pay the APC. So in summary of the three journal types, the only one you're going to pay an APC for is the Gold Open Access Journal. But even there, we do have discounts available for you. Just a small slide on predatory journals. This is a very important topic for early career researchers to understand what predatory journals are. On the first, on the South Africa Researcher Success Portal that I shared, we have several webinars that have been hosted that show you examples of what to look out for when it comes to predatory journals. So in a nutshell, predatory journals exist because of the financial aspect that's been involved in the publication process. Traditionally, when it was subscribed publishing, there was no payment by an author to publish. But with the open access publishing, because there is a payment involved in the publication process, that gave rise for the opportunity for some people to create these journals which prioritize self-interest and financial interest over scholarship. So these journals misrepresent themselves. They may come across as legitimate journals with similar sounding titles to a journal that you might know. They may have inflated journal metrics like the site score or the impact factor, fake editorial boards, and it wants to entice you to publish in the journal. So it will aggressively solicit your article. It will tell you you've been selected to publish in this journal, or the journal is a new journal and we have an introductory offer, a low APC, a guaranteed acceptance rate, a short time to publication. The rule of thumb is if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So always be wary of these things, because once, as I said, simultaneous submissions to journals is an ethical violation. Once you've submitted to a predatory journal, you are not going to be able to submit to another journal at the same time. This can be detrimental to your reputation as a researcher. And we offer the tools, we suggest the tools of Think, Check, Submit, or Scopus, or your DHET list for selecting an appropriate journal to publish in. The Scopus journal list also forms part of almost 70% of the DHET list. So you can also use Scopus as that as a database for journal selection. Always read the guide for authors and where can it be found. On any journal homepage in Science Direct, you will find instructions for authors. You will find guide for authors. Read this before writing your article. It's very important that you determine whether the journal has the intended audience for your work, whether it covers your subject matter and your topic, the writing style that the journal dictates, the referencing style that the journal requests for, the open access options. All of that should be determined before you decide to submit to this journal. So read the guide for authors. Also wanted to show you the article publishing charge. Because this is a fully gold journal, you can see it says open access, not contains open access. This is the APC. But because it's in the geographical pricing pilot, it will be 55% off that price. In this case, it says supports open access. This is a hybrid journal. And you will not pay the APC, which is $3,510 because of the transformative agreement. So you can publish open access here and you won't pay that APC. Professor's already spoken a lot about grammar, and he spoke about harsh comments from reviewers. This is an example of feedback that we received from an editor. The editor says, "This paper fell well below my threshold. I refuse to spend time trying to understand what the author is trying to say. Besides, I really want to send a message that they can't submit garbage to us and expect us to fix it. My rule of thumb is that if there are more than 6 grammatical errors in the abstract, then I won't waste my time carefully reading the rest and I will just reject it. Right? So let us go back to the beginning when I explained the submissions from Elsevier. It's over 3 million submissions, 720,000 getting published. Editors are under pressure. They have full-time jobs as well as performing as an editor on a journal. When they receive article submissions, they have to read hundreds of them. They're reading abstracts over and over again. To increase your chance of being seen and go through the process of peer review, make sure the abstract is as eye-catching, as representative, and as grammatically correct as possible, because that is going to help lead the editor to the rest of your paper. Professors also explained about the sentence construction, the short sentences, and keeping it to one idea at a time. But I just wanted to speak a little bit about Elsevier's policy on generative AI. Elsevier does allow for the use of generative AI to improve the language and readability of an article, but it should not be used as a co-author to rewrite or write an entire paper, as well as there are rules that the editors and reviewers have when working with Elsevier, that they're not allowed to upload the manuscript into AI software either. So there's strict rules in place, but there is allowance for using it for the right purpose, just to improve the readability of the article. Professor also spoke about the authors. These are the 4 characteristics that deem an author. The person must have substantially contributed to the conception and design or acquisition of the data, must have drafted the article or revised it critically for important intellectual content, given their approval for the full final version to be published, and must have signed an agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work. This is why AI cannot be a co-author on a paper, because this is what defines an author. All 4 conditions must be met for you to be an author on a paper. Otherwise, you will be noted as an acknowledged individual. And why we say remember who the author is because research can go on for a lengthy period of time where people move institutions, and sometimes they can be left out as the author. There are some authorship abuses that you want to avoid, which is ghost authorship, leaving out authors who should have been included, and gift authorship, which is including authors who did not contribute significantly. And Professor touched on that as well. Sometimes people can even pay to be noted as an author on a paper, and this is definitely an ethical violation. I added a slide on how to handle rejections. Some tips is you want to reflect and act on the feedback from the rejecting journal. It's important to not take the feedback too personally. Instead, value the feedback that you receive, as it can help you to improve your manuscript and identify a more suitable home for your research. You want to think twice before appealing the rejection. Are you thinking of appealing the decision? Perhaps you should reconsider. Manuscript improvements alone are not sufficient. Similarly, regardless of how well drafted, polite, and professional an appeal letter you write, there is no guarantee that the decision will be reversed. You can also use these resources such as Scopus, I've mentioned, Journal Finder, and the reference list of the article to identify a more suitable home for your paper. But with Elsevier, we do offer the article transfer service. So if an article was rejected, but it has the potential to be accepted by another journal because it has the aims and scope that meets a more suitable journal, then Elsevier will cascade the manuscript to a more acceptable journal. This will help you to curb rejection. It will look, well, our technology and editors will look for the scope of the journal that interests the readership of your article, matching journals to your article type, and also looking at the acceptance rate and the performance of previous transfers. So this is to help authors to curb rejection rates. Another tip is to make sure that you respond to peer reviewers appropriately. Peer reviewers are people that are responsible to help determine the validity, significance, and originality of the work, and they can suggest improvements to the manuscript and the research. Different journals offer different peer review standards. Single blind is the most common, where the reviewer's identity is hidden from the author. The reviewer knows the identity of the author. Double blind is when both the reviewer and author remain anonymous to each other. And open is when the reviewer and author are known to each other. So it's important also when you're reading the guide for authors to pay attention to the type of peer review that the journal conducts. Because if you're intending to publish your preprint, then you need to, if it's a double blind peer review for the journal, they won't allow the publication of the preprint because it's going to expose publicly the author. So you also want to pay attention to that. This is what a kind of flow diagram of what happens in the peer review process. It starts with the author submitting a paper, which goes to the editor. The editor will determine if the basic requirements are being met. If they have been met, the editor may assign the reviewers who will review and give their recommendations. The editor then collects the reviewers' recommendations and makes a decision on whether to accept, reject, or require revision. If the editor requires revision, this entire process will continue in a loop until the editor gives you the decision of accept. So some tips from our editors on how to respond to reviewers. Copy and paste each reviewer comment. You can even color code reviewer 1 in one color, reviewer 2 in another. And properly address the comments from the reviewers. Don't make general statements like comment accepted, discussion changed. You want to provide a scientific response to comments or a convincing, solid, and polite rebuttal when you feel that the reviewer was wrong. The tip is, do not do yourself a disfavor and cherish your work. You spent weeks and months in the lab or library to do the research. It took you weeks to write the manuscript. So why then run the risk of avoidable rejection by not taking manuscript revision seriously? And the last tip is to upskill yourself. So this is a very undervalued tip because people don't generally take this too seriously, but it is something that can benefit you in terms of your efficiency, your time saved on unnecessary tasks, and also improve your process in publishing. So I do have a QR code available here, which will lead you to the Researcher Academy. The Researcher Academy is a free e-learning platform for early and mid-career researchers, and it takes you through the different phases of research, from research preparation, writing for research, the publication process, navigating peer review, and communicating your research. So there are courses, e-learning modules, which you can complete. They are self-paced e-learning modules, and on completion, you will receive a certificate from Elsevier to say that you've completed this module. So there are modules on ethics in research as well, which is very important to do, especially maybe if you're a research supervisor. You can also ask your team to make sure that they do this course and submit the certificate to you so that they're aware of what ethical violations exist and how to avoid that as well. And with that, I want to thank you for your time, for paying attention to my presentation. I do have some time to take questions if anyone has any. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you for that very minimal overlap. But, oh, Yeah, I just thanked her for a lovely and very informative lecture. I'm curious about the approach to multilingualism, to make sure you capture all non-English literature. Would that mean simply translating your keywords to the required language, or is it already catered for in AI, or how does it work exactly? Do you know? Can you help me?
John, do you want to take that one? Oh, no, but the Science Direct AI, where we do have AI software, that's an additional module on Science Direct and Scopus. Scopus AI and Science Direct AI. And both accept queries in multiple languages. John did do an example yesterday or the day before in our Cape Town session. He can tell you about what he did if you want.
Yeah.
So with that's a loud mic. With Science Direct AI, you can actually ask. I haven't tested it on Scopus, but I believe it would be the same. But with Science Direct AI, you can ask your prompt in conversational language, of course, and you can also ask the prompt in a language of your choice. And it got me thinking that, of course, at some point in meetings in South Africa and Sub-Saharan, someone's going to ask, we've got 12 languages now in South Africa, official languages, 11 spoken and 1 signed. But someone's going to ask, can I ask a question in Zulu, for example? And so I decided to test it. I tested it and it worked. The difference is that it answers you back sometimes in English, sometimes in the language that you asked it in. In the case of Zulu, which is the one that I tested, it's answered me back in English. So that could be quite a useful feature of AI as well, right? If we think of people having different languages and different backgrounds, different literacy levels, and so on, it's useful that these AI tools can actually converse in different languages.
Yes, please go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. That is a very interesting presentation. I just want to understand something from your side. For example, if I have submitted a manuscript to Elsevier, and then it gets rejected, am I allowed to resubmit, or am I allowed to submit to another database?
Yes, you are. You can, but the article transfer service that we offer, before you do that, it will suggest a more appropriate journal for your paper that meets your aims and scope, and that meets your article type. So there will be 2 ways in which they identify that. They'll use technology and the advice of the editors to cascade your manuscript. So that will take the paper with the notes from the peer review and send it to the next journal. So that's going to save you a lot of time to try and move along with the process of getting accepted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me also, before we take any further question, I want to show you what John was talking about. I did a quick example in the background. Let me share my screen. Share. Okay. Stop share. Let me see if I come out of this presentation. Okay, I'll close the presentation, then maybe I can show you this. Share screen. Okay, I think it's sharing now. Let's see. I did a translation from English to Zulu to find me papers on social media and depression. Then I took the translation, which is more, I know Google doesn't translate it well, but it's something, okay. So I got that translation and then I put it in Science Direct AI. So you can see the exact phrase that I put in. And then it told me the summary, the relationship between social media and depression. So it does process different languages. It will give me the answer and it will give me the references for its answer. So I can click on any of these papers as well. And if you're from sciences or you compare experiments, there's also that opportunity to see the results in a table, comparing experiments against each other with the materials and results, so that you can, within seconds, do that for papers that exist on your topic. So I thought that's pretty cool. Any other questions? Yes.
Historical publications.
Yeah.
I'm interested in historical publications, the first mention of a particular plant. To what extent are these search engines, or whatever you call them, catering for old books and old publications? Or for example, I know there's some specific search engines for old literature.
Yeah.
Are they included or not?
So there's a good question. The Scopus AI is the one I can answer on. I think it's the past 10 years only. It's still growing. So as it learns and develops, it will become more broad in the answers that it gives you. But now, because both technology is relatively new, it looks at the most recent papers. But I think over time, however, Scopus has a historical bank that goes beyond 1970, I think, or 1930, one of the two. So eventually when it gets to that point, it will reference from there. But for now, because it's still new, it's just the past 10 years. Yeah. Yes, Lenika.
It's an online question. The question concerns self-archiving of open access articles.
Okay.
Can we self-archive Elsevier articles that says fully open access, but their rights saying all rights reserved?
Okay, I'm not too sure about the licenses of the open access. I'll have to take that question separately. There's a lot of licenses available for open access articles, and I'm not entirely sure about that. But if the person can leave their email address, I'll get back to them on that. But I think, generally speaking, with open access articles, they are available for download and reuse. It depends on what the author selected as the license type, though. Any other questions? Okay, I do want to just say a few words. So on behalf of Elsevier, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the University of Johannesburg for collaborating with us on this event. This event was actually conceptualized by the very humble Renika Pandey, who reached out to me and helped to plan this entire event and its program. So I want to thank you for that, for working so hard behind the scenes. And always, she's really phenomenal at this. We always here for the UJ Library Conference as well, very well carried out. I also want to thank Ivy for always supporting us, innovating with us, and believing so deeply in enhancing capacity development. And thank you to all of our customers online for attending today, supporting the event. Thank you to the IT team at the back for facilitating all of the technology today and for managing the Zoom, for your professionalism and willingness to help. And to our esteemed speakers for being so willing to give your time to this program and for your insightful presentations. To those in the room, we want to thank you so much for traveling, making the time to be with us today and support the event. Just out of interest's sake, how many that are here today are from external universities? You're not from UJ? Quite a few attendees. So those that's got their hands up, make sure if you're from UJ, go up to them, introduce yourselves, network, and form new friendships over the lunch break. And make sure to introduce yourselves to us as well. We'll still be here. So thank you so much. And with that, I think we're going to close. Renika, the lunch will be... Okay, lunch is served at the foyer then. Anything further from UJ? Oh, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we'll close with that. Thanks.